Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. Ooh, I don't get to say Happy Saturday very often. It's usually Happy Tuesday. We are here for a very special session of D&D, and it is very special because I am joined with by many guests from all across the internet. We are joined today by a bunch of friends of the channel from some of our fellow D&D content streamers across Twitch. Who are going to be joining me today to play a one-shot adventure in Acquisitions Incorporated published module. So joining me, which way am I doing this? Starting at the top on the far side of the screen, over yonder, we we have our friends from 20 Sides to Every Story. We have Alex and we have Winston. So you guys give a wave. Directly across from me over there, we've got Jim Duffy from Praetor's Rejects. Directly above my head, all the way at the top here, we have Hannah. And I reminded myself to check this. Pronounce your last name for me.
Schooner.
Schooner. Okay. I thought it was Schooner, but your username is like a pun, so I thought maybe it was Sooner. We have Hannah from her channel Schooner or Later, and then right above my head here we of course have Michael, who is like myself from right here at Proficiency Bonus. So these guys are joining me today. They have agreed to come on board and play this. This is the official published module for the Acquisitions Incorporated campaign. It is a lot of fun. I have run it for my home group. I highly recommend it. It's actually a great adventure if you are a new player or have new players that are just starting to get into D&D. Extremely lighthearted, silly, very well written. And I think we're gonna have a lot of fun today. We're gonna try and get through the first chapter, the first adventure in the book. We'll see how we go. We'll do our best to keep things moving. But before we fire things up here, let's get through our housekeeping business. So number one, sponsors. We want to thank Little Dragon Corp, Cardboard Castle, Team MZ, Many Sided Dice, and the Twitch affiliate program, all of whom, through their sponsorship, help make all of this possible. I want to give an extra special shout out to Little Dragon Corp and Cardboard Castle, as both of them have provided us a whole array of things that we can give away today. We are going to start in the first half of our session here. We're going to start by giving away the items that Little Dragon Corp has given to us. There are 3 items. They have given us a dice tray. Michael, I don't know if you have them handy, if you can like Vanna White them above my head. If they're not in the room, then the audience will just have to use their imagination.
Unfortunately, I do not. They're going to actually, I think the way they do their giveaways for us is they let the person who wins pick them out, and then they mail them directly to them. So we don't.
Well, if you, they have a dice tray, which will look probably not like this, but this is a dice tray in case you needed to see one. They have a set of polyhedral dice that they're going to give away. Again, if you needed to know what those look like, that's what this is. In case somehow you got here and have never heard of Dungeons and Dragons before, they are giving those away, and they are giving us a dice bag to give away, which I don't have one of. So if you can fabricate in your mind palace what a bag looks like. It does look like that. So that's very awesome. We're super grateful for them giving us that stuff to give away. I believe is the giveaway thing open now, Michael, or are you opening it up? It is open now.
Opened it now. Yep.
So the giveaway is open now. You can at any point during the stream today type Little Dragon in the chat, all one word, no capitals, Little Dragon, and you will be entered for a chance to win one of those prizes. I do want to point out, if you are a subscriber to us here at Proficiency Bonus, your chances of being drawn are slightly increased over somebody just viewing us who is not a subscriber. So if you want to increase your odds, maybe consider giving us a subscribe. Or don't. We're just happy you're here. That's Little Dragon Corp. If you would like, I see people are already doing in chat. You can type exclamation @littledragon in the chat. You get a link to their website. You can go there, and if you don't want to leave it up to fate, you can just buy things yourself for them with money. That's how it works. You give them money, and they will send you stuff. And you can use the promo code PROBONUS at checkout, so that you have to give them slightly less money, and they will still give you the same stuff. We get a 10% discount for our viewers using the code PROBONUS at checkout. We will, during the second half of our show, we'll give away some of the stuff that Cardboard Castle has given us. And that should be a ton of fun. So, thank you to our sponsors.
Oh, Winston has found a loophole in our system.
Uh-oh. What's the system? What's the loophole?
He's gonna make a bunch of burner accounts and log in.
All right. All right. Well, then we better get moving here, because we clearly only have a limited amount of time before the Twitch police kick down Winston's door and we see him just dragged out of frame. So that is our sponsors. Thank you to them. That is our giveaway. Be sure to enter into that for a chance to win some of that stuff. And then the last thing that I would like to do before we get this show on the road is I want to direct your attention directly below us here and slightly this way, I believe. Our Extra Life charity event is going on currently. We are raising money for the Children's Miracle Network. It is a fantastic organization. It is gamers all across the world do this once a year to raise some money for a great cause. Our goal this year is to raise $750. We are at our last count. We are at 225, which is fantastic. We really appreciate that. We know that times are tough for a lot of people this year with everything going on in the world. So anything that you are able to contribute to that cause is absolutely appreciated. And if you are not in a place financially where you can donate, no worries. We understand. We're just glad you're here with us. But consider spreading the word. Send a link to our channel to somebody who might be able to check us out, and maybe they can donate. In the end, it's all for the kids, as they say. So. How you guys feeling? You ready to roll?
Oh yeah.
Bring it. Bring the heat.
Okay.
Not too much though, because I only have 10 HP.
Oh yeah. This is like it's sort of like a low, just like a low, maybe like a low broil.
Okay.
Alrighty. Okay. So, here we go. Imagine, if you will, some jazzy, like 80s style music playing in the background of this. As a run-of-the-dungeon adventurer, you might kick through countless locked doors, lay down ancient magics, or send any number of monsters to the afterlife in pursuit of fame and treasure. But when you take your place as a part of an Acquisitions Incorporated franchise, you become something more than a mere hero. As a member of an elite group standing on the cutting edge of the adventuring business, the brand precedes you. And sure, the blades on the cutting edge are sharp, but rest assured, with head office at your back, you know you have the best tools in the industry at your disposal. Here at Acquisitions Incorporated, no one ever asks, should it be done? Instead, they ask, how can it be done? And then, how do we turn what we've done into cold hard cash? It's that kind of forward thinking that brings new power and magical understanding to the world, and which keeps the AC Inc. Human Resources team constantly on the lookout for new talent. Were you kicked out of your village for experimenting with powers no mortal should dare trifle with? Acquisitions Incorporated has a place for you on its team. Those pesky gibbering voices that plague you in your sleep? AC Inc. allows employees to work all night if that fits their skill set. And if it was ordained at your birth by the seers and mystics that your destiny would be to one day bathe in the blood of your enemies, AC Inc. has no opinion on personal hygiene as long as the job gets done, and our world-famous stabbing department may have a spot for you. Acquisitions Incorporated. You inquire, we acquire. Acquisitions Incorporated is not responsible for bodily harm, personal injury, dismemberment, disintegration, deboning, death, undeath, psychological trauma, accidentally time traveling and becoming your own grandfather, disembowelment, sudden explosion, loss of soul, or seasonal affective disorder, which may occur while on the line of work. The device which has just finished playing this same looped auditory and visual enchanted promo video for the fourth time grows dark and dim once more. It is a pyramidal-shaped crystalline structure inside of a brass casing, which is set into the tabletop of a long, luxurious oak conference table. Around this conference table, in swanky leather-bound chairs, sit all of you. You are in the head office of the Waterdeep branch of Acquisitions Incorporated, the world-famous adventuring organization. Whatever your backstory, wherever you may have traveled from to get here, you and the 4 strangers sitting in the lavishly appointed conference room, the illustrious Conference Room B, are here for the same reason. You're seeking a chance to get your foot in the door here at AC Inc. Adventurers who make a name for themselves find themselves rising to unimaginable heights of wealth, fame, and glory, and free hot dogs from the street vendor down the road from the office. In order to climb in the ranks, everyone has to start somewhere, though. And that somewhere is the Acquisitions Incorporated internship program. You are sure that if you can get on board as an intern, you can make waves in no time. You're also sure that the rumors of staggeringly high mortality rate among interns is greatly exaggerated, probably. You arrived at the head office sometime this morning, and after an arduous process, talking to a series of receptionists and filling out a lot of paperwork that you were discouraged from taking the time to read, you were shown here to this conference room. You and the others have been waiting here for about an hour at this point. The conference room is on the first floor of the building, and it is a warm summer day outside. The large double windows are opened wide, and a pleasant breeze comes in from outside, along with a gentle murmur of the city. So at this point, why don't you guys take this opportunity? Let's go around the table, and why don't you introduce yourselves and give us an idea of what we see as we look at your characters sitting around this table. Why don't we go? Yeah, we'll go top above me, and then counterclockwise. So, Hannah, go ahead.
Okay, so I am Chris. I am a noble fire genasi druid, and my hair is very long and very curly, and I have red skin and orange hair and yellow eyes. And this entire time we've been sitting at the table, I've either been fiddling with my hair or anything on the desk that I can just touch that I probably shouldn't be touching.
Okay. So, Michael.
My character is a very small forest gnome, rogue, sitting before you in some kind of rather plain-looking black leather armor, and there is a kind of like a smile on his face the entire time that you guys have seen him around the table, and there is this small brown mouse that just kind of walks along his shoulders, and he'll kind of like, get back in the pocket, Dibble, get back in the pocket. Stop that. And yeah.
Okay, so that is Gavin the gnome. You have, I will point out, you have been provided with a complimentary booster seat, allowing you to,
absolutely,
to sit up at the.
Well, they think of everything here.
Oh yeah, this is a top-notch conference room. They have everything. Alrighty, across to the other side. Duff, why don't you describe yourself to us?
Ooh. Most of you probably, you smelled me before you saw me, because I reek of cigar smoke, and I probably am a little dirty, like I haven't had a bath in a while. You see a dwarf coming in, probably a little ash on his cloak area here. He has the left side of his face, however, is severely scarred. Looks like it's been burned. My name is Grum Hustel Ravestein, and you can definitely tell I'm grum and gruff, and just kind of rumble in there and sit down. I'm hungry. He kind of reaches into the little pouch and he pulls out one of those hot dogs that he's got, and he reaches till he's got it, and he's just kind of looking. And he pulls into a little pouch, and he pulls out a little shaker, and it's cheese. And he just, because Hustel Ravestein is translated cheese, shaky cheese. That is his favorite. Okay. And he chomps on it, and it's kind of grotesque because that sore is still kind of fresh. It apparently looks like some type of magical burn on the side of his face. Because I am a little bit into the wild magic and something misfired recently. So, and I'm just kind of just chomping on the hot dog.
I think as Grom is pulling out this cheese, Gavin's doing the best that he can to rein in the mouse on his shoulders.
Hey, cheese! It's
No,
you know,
stop! Get back in the pocket!
Cheese particles are flying all over the hot dog and onto the table. You know,
Chris
because I
is
love
just
cheese.
Chris is just watching, but just like her face is like.
I'm hoping they've got a good
time.
job with customer relations because I work well with other people face to face.
Stop it, Dibble! Stop it, Dibble! You're gonna ruin this for me. Get in the pocket.
That's kind of. That's who you see.
All right. Who's above me on the overlay? Alex? Yeah. Go ahead. What do you see?
So my character is Wrath. He is a copper dragonborn. He's wearing kind of looks like maybe a hand-me-down suit of chainmail. A few of the links aren't quite there. Big medallion with the symbol of Bahamut around his neck. And he's currently struggling with all these disclosure forms and things that he's been handed to fill out. And he's just doing the kind of thing where he only has 2 hands, but he really needs 3 to do everything. So Warhammer like tucked under one, shield, and he's trying to like find a hard surface to like scribble down and like sign off his name on some of these papers. And the whole time he's kind of grumbling like, jeez, this is the kind of nanny state protocols that make a company like Acquisitions Inc. so profitable.
Alrighty. Last but not least, Winston. What do we see when we look at your character?
Yeah, so you see a turtle man wearing a very thick, heavy priest coat, and with lots of nicely tidy and orderly, ink gadgets and things like that, kind of like tucked in his pockets and everything. And he's very old, at the ripe old age of 39, which for turtles it'd be like the equivalent of being like in the 70s for a human. And he is got a little quill pen, and he's looking at the same forms that Wrath was looking at, but he's underlining errors and pointing out things and sort of like marking places where they don't connect right, and like looking for the loophole, and just like, oh, these people, they can't keep things straight. This is why I need to be here. I'll do all this adventure business, but eventually I'll be writing these things.
And
he's just carefully like noting.
The forms are a disaster. You as you've done, you do this at first. You're like, man, they don't have their stuff together at all here. This is preposterous. These are rife with errors, and by the time you've spent some time doing this, you begin to get this like sneaking suspicion that these forms might intentionally be a little roundabout and disjointed, and the impression that you get is that it is specifically designed this way to make it extremely difficult for employees to like file claims against the company if something terrible happens to them in the line of work. But this is our group as they sit around the table, and you guys kind of doing paperwork. There is a little kind of cart in one corner that has some like light fare finger foods you can pick at, some like decanters.
Not anymore.
Well, there was a cart.
Dibble, get back in the pocket, Dibble.
There is the destroyed remnants of a cart of light food and drinks in the room, and as you guys are kind of just sitting here waiting, you hear a slight disturbance outside the window, outside the building. You hear sort of a vague off, maybe a block away. You hear like a. And a moment later, you hear the tap 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 of like running feet, and somebody running down the street skids to a stop in front of the open window, puts their hands on the windowsill, and just vaults into the room with you. As they straighten up, you see it is a tall, sort of slender. green-skinned woman wearing kind of loose-fitting street clothes and an enormous wide brim wizard's hat. She is a member of the Verdant race, who are common to this world of Acquisitions Incorporated. She looks up at you guys, scans the room, kind of takes stock of what's going on, and then she breaks into a grin, and she goes, "Okay, so something's gonna happen in a second, and I'm really gonna need you guys to be cool, okay?"
I'm sorry?
Who the hell are you?
She
Was this in the fine print? Did I miss something?
She sits down in a chair next to you guys. And as you're like sort of like trying to figure out what the hell just happened, as this woman just jumped in the window, you hear two sets of much heavier like footfalls. Two forms come running past the window. And then you hear and these two individuals come back to the window and like lean in and look at you all. They are both large, muscle-bound, thick-set jaws, sort of heavy, low brow. Both of them have shaved heads, and on their scalps there are dozens of eyeballs tattooed. One of them leans in the window. He kind of looks at you all and he goes, "Oi! Any of you people seen a skinny, runty woman with a big hat come running past here?" And as you turn and look, instead of the Verdant woman that had come in the door, there is now sort of like a portly, vaguely noble-dressed man with like a huge mustache sitting in that chair where she had occupied, just like hands folded, staring straight forward like this.
What do we know about that race?
The Verdant?
Yeah.
The Verdant are a race that their roots are goblinoid, but they have their entire race has basically been has sort of a brush against a deity known as That Which Endures, and their contact with this entity has made them a race of individuals who are constantly in a state of flux. They spend a lot of the early part of their life as sort of like smaller goblinoid sized, but at a certain point of either like age maturity or like power, you know, as they like grow in power, their bodies will go through these rapid changes of growth where they can either get very tall, they sometimes switch back and forth, or many times over the course of their life between male and female. They're in this strange state of flux. You don't necessarily know anything that they specifically as a people have an ability to like shape change, like shapeshifters or changelings do. But
she had a wizard's hat.
She had a big wizard's hat, and you do know that there are members of their race capable of spellcasting. So this individual is just like sitting in this chair. You can also, you guys can make a history check if you want about these two at the window, and they're specifically the tattoos on their heads.
I will.
Okay.
I would like to as well.
Non-natural 20.
Nice. You immediately recognize these. Perhaps you've been in Waterdeep before, perhaps you're even native to Waterdeep, but these tattoos on these guys' heads, these eyeball tattoos, these are members of the Xanathar gang. Xanathar is a beholder that runs a crime syndicate here in Waterdeep, and these shaved heads and eyeball tattoos on the heads mark these two thugs as members of his gang. Generally, they are bad news.
Mm-hmm.
So this thug is sort of in the window. He goes, "Oi! Do you hear what I said? You see anything or not?"
No?
Sir, we're all here for a job interview.
Is this a test?
Hot dog.
Very clever.
They like sort of look at
I
each
don't
other.
believe anyone in the room matches that description you gave. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I don't have a hat, so...
Look
I
around.
give my goblin one of the hot dogs and say, that's just gank. And I say, "Hey, want a hot dog? Here, you look hungry. Make her eat it in front of me.
The portly sort of wizard sits there and looks at the hot dog, and kind of goes, but then looks over to the window, and is like, and the mustache flops around. These two thugs kind of like, and they look at each other, and the one in the back that hasn't spoken yet kind of looks at you and goes, "Oi, that one's got a point. I don't see anybody with a hat in here." And the other one goes, "Yeah, but what if she took the hat off?" "Oh, I didn't think of that." And they look, and they scan the room again, and they both like sort of shrug, and he goes, "Ugh. Come on, Jeb, she can't have got far, let's go." And they move away, and you hear them retreat into the distance down the street. And a moment later, a minor disguise self spell, sort of like this portly human man, sort of like wispily fades away, to be replaced again by the verdant woman, who like pulls her big hat out from under the chair and like puts it back onto her head. She goes, "Ooh, thanks. That was a close one."
Ask how you got in with the Xanathar gang. What did you do?
She's like, "Oh, well, I'm not really in with them. I'm sort of new in the city, and I did see those guys. They were like beating up a shopkeeper who couldn't pay them protection money, and that's not cool. So I may have tried out a new spell I've been working on at their hideout."
Oh.
"Yeah, it's called Bees. It just summons a bunch of bees."
Sounds like a great spell to me. I don't know about anyone else.
It was extremely effective. They were not happy about it.
What was your end game with that spell?
Just teach a lesson.
I mean, just bees. What do you... it's pretty self-explanatory.
Well, maybe next time you should consider the services of a reputable company. And I'm saying this like really loud, hoping like somebody like in the next room will just hear that I'm willing to be a company shill. And I'm like, consider contracting with Acquisitions Inc. for all of your Xanathar bullying needs.
Suck
Yeah,
up.
I'm sure you've seen all the billboards around town, right? I mean,
So, yeah, I've heard all about that gig. I mean, I mostly do my own thing, but, I don't know. I have two birds with one stone, right? I messed up some dorks, and I got to try out bees. It still requires some workshopping. I think I can get more bees out of it. So, what was that?
What's your name?
Oh, they call me Parlay. What are all your names?
I'm Crisp.
Gavin Shadowfoot, at your service.
I'll head over to the window, pull out a stogie. They call me Grub. Yeah, and I'm blowing it. Man, I'm partially blowing it out the window, but not really trying too hard.
Sure.
I'm on page 12 of the paperwork and be like, what is going on? I'm trying to concentrate. What?
Well,
Who are you?
This one here has this idea for this spell called Bees. I think that he might be onto something if he could make the bees bigger, giant bees.
Oh, that's one way to go.
idea.
I hadn't thought of that. I was mostly going for sheer volume of bees over quantity over quality thing, but
Right.
maybe just
right.
one huge bee. That'd be interesting, right?
Could you
And
ride it?
she looks down at that hot dog that you like put down on the table, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I saw this. Okay, yeah, I know what we're doing here." She's like, "Yeah, something's gonna happen in like 30 seconds."
I thought
I'm sorry?
something that was going to happen just
What?
happened.
I said, "No, that was
Yeah.
that was a different thing." No, I have
Sorry.
like, I do divination magic. So sometimes
Percy, was any of this in the fine print?
Not
You
yet.
found it.
Oh, keep looking.
I must have missed all this.
I mean, maybe we have to go through tests as part of the
What's my hot
interview
dog got to do
process.
with it?
Oh, like I said, sometimes I have visions. I did have a vision this morning of a hot dog, which I thought was weird because I don't usually have meat product based visions, but I did see that hot dog, and then in like 3, 2, 1, and she points at the door, and nothing happens. And she goes, "Oh, balls." They're not that specific. I thought it would be cool. It would have been really cool had somebody come in the door, right? And then the door opens. She goes, I missed it that much. I was so close. And she sits down and she just like sort of folds her hands and looks at the opening door. And in walks a tall, intense-looking half-elven man with a shaved head, plate armor, and a holy symbol of Timora, the goddess of fortune, around his neck.
Here he comes.
You recognize him immediately, as he is extremely famous. It's none other than Omen Dran himself.
His own mind.
With no introduction whatsoever, without even looking up at you guys, he's carrying like a clipboard with a bunch of papers on it. He just starts speaking. And he says, "Thank you for answering my call so quickly. When the earthquake struck the city 2 days ago, the damage was limited, but a sinkhole opened up a fissure beneath an abandoned warehouse in the dock ward. 2 city guards entered the fissure to investigate, but never came out. They are feared dead, and the city watch has asked me to take over the investigation." He like flips through some more papers, and he says, "But my schedule's complicated at the moment, so I'm delegating that job to you. As an experienced adventuring group, I've got no doubt that you can handle this." And before any of you have a chance to respond, you kind of start to stammer and are cut off as he reaches into a satchel at his pack and with a hefty ka-chunk sets a large sack of coins onto the table. And he goes, "Pays 500 gold for the group with a 20% commission to Acquisitions Incorporated as the broker. Go to the warehouse next to Jolly's Lamp Emporium down by the docks. Tell the city watch guards stationed there that I sent you. Explore the fissure, learn the fate of the guards who went missing, and then come back to me with the signed city watch papers confirming your completed work." And he flips the papers back down on the clipboard, just turns around and walks out of the room without even looking at you guys.
Somebody write that down.
Did you hear that, Dibble? We got our first job.
Does he know that we were applying for a job and that we don't actually have one? Or does that mean we have a job? I want a job.
Just wanted customer relations. I didn't want to go out anywhere.
We have a bag of gold.
You gonna eat that
I
hot dog?
I'm gonna start counting the gold.
Chris does pose a good question. Percy, you seem to be reading through all that paperwork. I mean, are we official even without turning this stuff in? I mean, are we good?
Looking at this paperwork, I don't think that anything's official, actually. I think this is
Gold looks pretty official, though.
Yeah, well, I guess it's so. So, according to the rules, basically, if in subsection A, being if someone comes in, drops a bag of gold, and reads things at you and wanted to invoice, and then really quickly watch and run walks out. Apparently, yes.
There is this huge puff of purple smoke. I'm gonna drop something for you guys in Discord, and I will pop it up for the audience to see. As someone appears.
Boy.
It's Jim Dark Magic of the famous New Hampshire Dark Magics. You know this because he is currently standing in front of a portrait of himself that is labeled as such. However, he is wearing a pair of glasses that he seems to think is an effective disguise, as he says, he bows before you and he says, "I'm no one you know, but I couldn't help but notice that you seem a little flustered. I believe Omen just offered you work, and I have a feeling you might not be the adventurers he thinks you are."
Are you Jim Dark Magic?
No.
What's up, Jim?
Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Poster. You poster.
Jim Dark Magic does not wear glasses, and as you can see, I have glasses. I clearly cannot be Jim Dark Magic. I don't know what you're talking about. And Parlay's like, yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Two different guys, obviously.
Sure. Sure.
He kind of like looks around. He goes over towards the door. He opens it up and like leans out into the hallway and closes it again. And he comes into you guys, and he goes like. He leans in, and in this like conspiratorial whisper, he says, "You want my advice? Do the job. If you can pull it off, Omen will be so impressed that you'll have a leg up on the competition, on everybody else trying to get a footing in the company." You've heard the phrase "opportunity knocks," right? Well, opportunities. Go ahead.
What group is actually supposed to be doing this job? Like, are we gonna get in trouble for taking their work and their gold?
He goes, listen. That's not important.
Okay.
The important part is that opportunity is knocking. Actually,
Hello.
it's more like opportunity is heading directly at you with a battering ram. Stand in that doorway, baby.
Thank you,
Opportunity
mysterious
smashes Wayne.
man who I have no idea who you are.
He goes,
Look at the picture.
got it.
I don't
like-
see it.
He goes, listen, you can do it. He says, I like the cut of your jib. Jibs? Jibbuses.
Jim.
I think you've got what it takes to make it around here. And sometimes the little guy deserves a chance to make a big break.
Hey, who you calling little?
Yeah, you should watch it. You really should.
He goes, listen. None of this is
Which one
important.
of them?
The important thing is that Omen gave you the job, and I think you've got what it takes to make it happen. And it's certainly not because I accidentally set the actual adventurers on fire when they got to the head office earlier today, and I'm trying to hide it from Omen, if that's what you're thinking. So, good luck.
Right. Of
You're
course.
you're gonna do great, or you won't. To be honest, I don't really care that much. I'm gonna get a
Mixed
hot
signals here.
dog.
Want some
a hot
cheese on
dog.
it? Good stuff.
He goes, nah. He disappears again.
How do you not like cheese? Come on. Cheese goes on everything. How far is the window and the outside? How far is the drop from the window to the street?
3 feet. You're on the first floor.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm out the window. Let's go.
Good.
All right. Parlay's like, well, there's a door. What are you doing? I mean, I came in the window. I guess that's fair. I don't have room to talk.
Do you think he knows where he's going?
I'm waiting on whoever took notes. Where are we going? I wasn't paying attention. I was
We're going
eating.
Yeah,
to
I
their
got-
house.
I really don't
Off
believe he
guard.
has any idea.
All right.
There's
Are we all
money.
going out the window, or are we?
Let's go.
No, of course not.
Parlay's like, adventure!
Gavin-
And she jumps out the window, too.
I'm just going to
As
lean up against the
everybody's
wall
focused-
until y'all show up.
As everybody's focused on him in the window, Gavin would like to go ahead and swipe the bag of gold off of the table.
Sure.
If possible.
Yeah, I forgot the gold.
I'll
Is
grab some
14
hot dogs.
high
Tinder
enough passive to know that he did that?
Go ahead and make a stealth check if you're trying to, like, hide it from everybody.
Okay, what?
I'm looking for the vendor. Where's he at? I need another one for the road. I need a roadie.
I rolled a 23 on stealth.
Oh, boy.
Totally forgot about that money.
Alrighty. So, via windows and maybe less extreme exits, you guys do make your way out of the...
I
out
take
of
way
the
too long to get out of the window. Like, I do the whole, I sit one leg, 2 legs, just like slowly get out. I'm not a jumper.
I went through the front door.
Okay.
And I
Yeah, I
make
was
sure
gonna
that
say
my-
Gavin would probably go
Easy
the
door.
way that he came in.
So you guys go like out through the building. You like pass reception. You go through the main atrium. You go out the door. You go around the front, around the side of the building, to like the side street where the window from the conference room is, as Crisp is like finally completing her exit from the window, and Parlay's like, "Oh my god, this is taking forever."
So she's coming with us.
She's like, "Yeah, that's a huge bag of gold. I'm
question.
totally coming with you. I was in the room when he gave us the job."
Who's holding it, by the way?
What gold?
The gold that we were given for the job?
No.
Look out on
I'll
the
just
table.
go
It's not
back.
there, right? I don't see it.
That's strange.
Oh. We'll come back and get it later.
Yeah, they probably just have like giant bags of gold laying around this office all over the place. I'm sure we can handle it in the future.
We know which way the docks are, where we're going.
Going to the Jolly's Lamp Emporium, I think.
Yes, you were told that there is a collapsed warehouse that opened a sinkhole next to the Jolly's Lamp Emporium in the dock wards. However, Waterdeep is a pretty huge city.
Yeah.
You guys can probably easily enough find your way to the dock wards, but in order to find specifically the place you're looking for, you're probably going to have to do some asking around. So at this point, to represent that, why don't you guys go ahead and make a group survival check for me?
I have pretty good.
Group survival.
Yeah, urban survival, baby.
I'm good at survival. It's an 18.
Okay, it's an 18.
Gavin had a
17.
9.
22.
22. Okay.
20. Yeah, 22.
Alrighty.
Oh. I think we're good.
I think you're good. I didn't hear.
Number. You can just
I didn't hear Gavin, but everybody
Gavin
else
had
was-
a 9.
okay, all right. Well, that was the only one that failed. You're way too distracted by trying to look casual that there's not like a 500 gold piece lump in your pack right now.
I think also Gavin would be looking for any like maybe homeless street urchin kids.
Funny
as
that
he's walking?
Funny that you should say that because actually,
Because he would literally be trying to sneak some of that gold out of that bag and like passing off some of this gold to some of these kids that are just like out and don't have a house.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check again.
Okay. And he would be cautious only to be giving out his cut
Okay.
as well. That's a natural 2027.
Okay, so you guys make your way through the city from where the Acquisitions Incorporated head office is to the dock wards, and you begin to kind of wander around to see what you can figure out, see if you can maybe find somebody to give you some directions. It is really weird. You do seem to have attracted there's like a herd of like urchins just sort of following you for some reason. And every time you guys like stop and like turn to look at them, they like scatter into side streets, and then when you start walking, they start to like creep out again. But as you mentioned, orphan children, adventitiously, as you're wandering around for a while with that successful group stealth check, you come upon a little like sort of homemade lemonade stand-esque stall at the side of the road on one of the thoroughfares of the dock ward. It is pretty ramshackle, and it has a sign on the front of it that is labeled Maps and Potions. Potions being spelled P-O-S-H-U-N-S. Behind the little wooden frame of this stall is a smaller individual, 3-ish feet in height. Looks like a kind of a young whippersnapper. He's wearing like a little like jaunty sailor lad outfit, and he has like kind of this like these like pale porcelain skin and these like rosy little cheeks. And he's just standing behind this stall labeled Maps and Potions, kind of hawking to anybody who passes by. Well, Maps and Potions, get your Maps and Potions here. And you see on the table there's just like an array of a bunch of like pieces of paper and then an assortment of bottles containing liquid.
I would
Ryan's gonna
like
turn around to
to-
look at those orphans that have been following us and point and just say, see, this is pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. This is how to raise your condition in life. You should model yourselves off this young lad.
While he's doing that, I would like to kneel down and move my hair to make sure it doesn't catch anything on fire. Like, I
Okay.
don't want to mess up what he's doing. I'm like, whoo! And I'm like, you look like you know where we need to be. Do you think you could help us with a map?
He goes, "Oh boy, could I, miss? I got the best maps and potions in the whole city."
I'm sure you do.
And go ahead and make an investigation check as you've like gotten down to his level.
Da, 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 da. 11.
An 11. Okay. You see that the maps that he has drawn, and clearly they are hand drawn, are on just what appears to be like scraps of like recycled paper that he's like gathered from wherever. And the potions are in like an assortment of various bottles that also look like he like scavenged them, and then has like filled them with this liquid. He kind of looks over you and he appraises the rest of the group and he goes, "Well, where do you need to go?"
We're looking for a warehouse in the dock ward by Jolly's Lamp Emporium.
He goes, yeah. Old Geronimus Burntberry can get you there for sure. He says, "I think I've got a map to that right here somewhere. I sell my maps for 1 gold piece, and my potions are 10 if you've got the coin."
Oh, I've got it covered.
I give him one as well.
Okay. So you give him a gold piece, and then Gavin pays him, and he goes,
I come up and I get the massive bag out
"Okay."
in front of everybody.
How unlikely is it that Gavin has a massive bag of gold on him? Does he look shabby and homely and?
It's very unlikely.
Well,
that
we
Gavin
all
would have a
Yeah, and the
massive
bag
of
has
gold
like
on him.
Acquisitions
gold.
Incorporated printed on it.
Yeah, it's like-
I'm just gonna
right.
take a deep breath
maybe-
and like register that, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm focused on the kid.
You know
Gavin.
what? You know what? I was just carrying it. Here, Wrath, you should probably hold this. And I hand it up to Wrath.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
Gavin,
stay,
as
stay out of this.
okay. So Gavin, you like sort of approach the table as well, right? As you're pulling out the bag. I'd like you also to make an investigation check.
Okay. Oh my goodness, this D&D Beyond dice roller loves me for some reason. This is like the first dice roller that I've ever had that rolls favorably. That's another natural 20 for a
Wow.
25.
Okay. All right. So with that roll, you notice something that it seems either Crisp has missed or is like not commenting on, because as you like look at these maps and you look at this young lad who's introduced himself as Geronimus Burntberry, the maps written on these scraps of papers, though they do, they definitely appear to be like city blocks and sort of streets and stuff. Nothing is labeled. So for all intents and purposes, like he could sell you one of these maps, but it will be, number one, very difficult to follow, and number two, like he can hand you any one of these and tell you it's a map to the place you want to go, and you have no way of confirming whether that's accurate.
Okay.
And the potions, you look at them and you see like little bits of debris floating in the liquid that you think is maybe like the crushed detritus of like red berries. You think maybe these are like water that he's like gushed a bunch of red berries in and is now passing them off as potions.
Hi, I see fruit punch.
Yeah.
That's
the-
a roll initiative.
with that natural 20 though, the thing that you do see that is most interesting is you are now like you're kind of at his level, and you guys might have sort of mistaken him for maybe a young like halfling, as his sort of stature and this like outfit that he has on. But Gavin, as you like get close with that perception check, you like look up at Geronimus, and you notice that like his sort of pale powdered complexion and his rosy cheeks, it actually appears to be makeup. You see like the little bit of like wrinkles at his eyes, and you see the shade of just a little bit of like stubble around his chin, and you immediately draw the association, the smell of like cigar smoke on his breath, after like smelling it on Grum for the last 20 minutes. You get,
I like the guy.
as you get up close, you're fairly certain that as opposed to a like a young halfling, this does appear to be a fully adult gnome, wearing a child's disguise for some reason. And he kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh boy, this is the best business I've had all day."
You know, you did miss a spot right over here. You could
He goes-
see some of your eye wrinkles.
Huh?
Right over-
What? What? I don't know what you're talking about, mister.
Do you see it, Grum? Look at the corner of his eye. You can see some wrinkles. Do you see it?
He's sort of like doing this, looking
Percy,
at you guys.
Wrath, you see it? Look closer. It looks like he's wearing makeup.
He spelled potions wrong.
He's like kind of fidgets a little, and he goes, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I'm just a, gee willikers. I'm just a small boy who's.
I'll help you. It's Potions, just so you know, and start.
He goes
writing on his thing.
He like
Completely
he, kinda,
oblivious.
he sort of looks at you. He's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know that because I'm just a little lad who's." Yeah, all right, you got me. I'm not a child. I am an adult man.
You don't say.
The jig is up,
Really?
I guess. He goes. Look. I'm not looking for any trouble. I'm just trying to put a little scratch in the old pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know where we're going, and can you help us?
Yeah. Okay. How about this? Old Jer here. He can help you get anywhere. I wasn't lying about that. The potions are super fake. Don't buy those. But yeah, I can get you where you need to go. You just can we maybe we make a deal. Maybe I take you where you need to go. Maybe you don't spread the word that I'm not a small boy and am in fact a grown man, and we call it even and no harm, no foul.
If you
Give me one of
actually
your
get us
cigars.
where we need to go, then I'm sure that could be arranged.
He goes, Boy Scouts honor. I actually did join the Boy Scouts. My cover story is extremely extensive.
I want one of his cigars. I want to know what's your flavor of choice, pal? Because I can smell it on you.
He goes, it's mostly like random like weeds that I pull up in the city and make into these cigars. I'm very poor, in case you weren't aware of that.
You need an education, and I'll reach in and pull out a nice, finely rolled one. Lay your lips to that and enjoy.
Oh,
So he takes it. He pulls out like a small knife from his pocket and like snips the end, and he does have a little thing of matches which he strikes. He lights it up. And he goes, "Oh, that's smooth." Which remind you, he is still wearing a small sailor lad's outfit.
yeah.
Like, yeah, that's the stuff.
Keep
Getting the vibes of the little
facade up.
baby from the rabbit, the Who Framed
From
Roger Rabbit.
Who
Yeah.
Framed Roger
Start
Rabbit,
him
yeah.
young, I say. Start him young.
Yeah. If you want to keep this facade up, I would suggest not letting everyone see you smoke a cigar.
He goes, "Oh yeah, that's true," and then he goes,
Boy.
Just
Boy.
like smokes it down.
It's all the way down.
All right.
That's one way to smoke it, I guess.
So where was it you wanted to go again? What are you looking for? I'll take you there.
The warehouse by Jolly's Lamp Emporium in the dock ward.
He goes, oh, where the big hole in the ground is. Yeah, okay, I know where that is. It's not too far from here. Come on.
Okay.
And he like takes a satchel out from under his little stall, and he sort of like puts it to the end of the table, and he just goes, shoves all the stuff on his table haphazardly into this bag. Rolls up his sign, just like kicks over the table, and he's like, all right, let's go. And he begins walking down the street.
I fix my hair, and then I follow.
Pull out some parchment and put the word "free" on it, and slap that on the table for the next up and coming swing bars.
Okay, so you guys head down the street. As you turn the corner around the block, you look back, and you just see a guy like walk past, and he's like, "Oh, that's a nice table," and he just picks it up and walks away with it. So you guys walk in, and Geronimus, or Jer, as he has you call him, he's like, hey, we're friends now. You can call me Jer. All my friends call me Jer. He's like, I tried to get them to call me Nightblaze, but they weren't into it. So Jer is fine.
Why would they call you Nightblaze?
I don't know.
Because it's like, cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Nightblaze.
Right. Okay.
Parlay's like, well, that is pretty cool. She leans over, like Wrath to you. She's like, I'm totally gonna steal that.
You really shouldn't.
She's like, all right, I'm not talking to you
really,
anymore.
really shouldn't.
So Jer leads you.
Then
on.
you'll end up with a nickname like Jer.
He's like, oh shit, that's true. Good call. So she just goes back to keeping her own counsel as you guys followed Jer through the city streets of the dock wards. As you go, he he sort of talks. He's like, hey, look, I really appreciate you guys being cool about the whole me not being a small boy thing. It's tough out there for a guy like me trying to make a few bucks in this world, right?
Right.
I mean, have you ever tried just like selling it without the makeup?
Well, yeah, that's how I started. But like, who wants to buy crappy maps and potions? People are much more likely to cough up the coin for a cute little boy rather than like a fully grown adult man with a gouty foot and erectile dysfunction. I probably didn't need to tell you that last part, huh? Can we?
But have you ever tried like actually making? Have you ever tried like making real maps?
I was gonna ask for the gold piece back, but after that last part, I'm gonna let you.
I don't want it. He's already touched it. I wouldn't.
You kind of asked me. He's like,
It's not contagious.
He's like, making real maps, huh? Parlay's like, are you sure? I don't want it.
No, I'm good. It's all his too. Yeah. I think she's right. Don't touch.
Better to be safe than sorry, you know?
How about social distance with us here? Let's
Yeah, 6 feet. I don't want your cooties.
we're no, so we'll go 3. Okay.
He kind of thinks, he's like, making real maps, huh? Like, I don't know, maybe I could try that, but making fake shitty ones is a lot easier.
Yeah, it would require a little bit of work.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. That's
Maybe you can hire some employees to help you. Like Acquisitions Incorporated does.
Oh, like Acquisitions Incorporated does. A bunch of unpaid goons that can get maimed in the line of duty, and that doesn't matter to me because I don't respect them. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I was thinking maybe more other orphans or urchins that are looking for money.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this, but I am a fully grown adult man. If I do start to try and build like a child army, I am gonna get arrested and thrown in jail. But I mean, good suggestion. That's great. That's good. I have notes, but oh, we're here, by the way. And he points, and you guys, sort of as you've been wrapped up in this conversation, you guys discover, you like look up, and there is like the ruins of a building with like an enormous hole in the ground, like 30 feet in front of you. And next door to the like collapsed warehouse building where this sinkhole is, you do see like kind of a shabby looking rundown little shop with a sign hanging over the door, that does say Lamp Emporium. He goes, "Okay, yep, here you are. It's your big hole in the ground."
Thank you. Your secret's safe with me.
He goes, I really appreciate that, folks. And if you ever need maps and potions, come back and see old Jer.
You bet.
Probably pass next time, but thank you for your help.
He's like, yeah, that's fair. They're really fake. Okay, have a good day. Bye. And he just sort of like wanders off down the street.
Wrath, did someone take his table after you put that sign on it?
I think so. But, you know, he needs to find a new line of employment anyway. That thing, we were helping him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna tell everybody that he's an adult man.
Oh, well, we kind of, okay, that's alright.
You promised, I didn't.
That's true.
Boom!
Well,
Technicality! So, you guys have now been led out to the outside of Jolly's Lamp Emporium and to this sinkhole. So, what you see. Jolly's Lamp Emporium itself is an unassuming ramshackle shop in the midst of other unassuming ramshackle shops, including the collapsed warehouse next door. You guys, as you look around, you see that like people in nearby shops and apartments peer like warily through their shutters at you guys out on the street. Next to the warehouse, there's like a cordoned off area, and you see 3 members of the Waterdeep City Watch standing guard. There does not appear to be anybody else on the street at this point.
I would like to approach the City Watch and tell them that Oman Dram sent us.
Okay. And the audience has the city guards, and the city guards are up in Discord for you guys. These are the 3 that you see as you approach. So you walk up to them. You see the trio of them are an elf, an elven woman. She has a badge pinned to her that has a little bit of like extra adornment, marking her as the ranking member of the guard here. There is a sort of a large, placid-looking furbolg gentleman, and a small halfling gentleman standing there as well, both wearing sort of the standard officer badges of the City Watch. As you approach and you tell them that Omendron sent you guys, the elven woman kind of goes, "Oh, finally. Took long enough. All right, let's get this thing done so that we can get on with our lives." She pulls a scroll from a leather pack. She says, "My name is Captain Mergen Truff. I am in charge here, unfortunately, as there is more real police work I could be doing elsewhere in the city instead of guarding a bloody hole in the ground. My associates here are Orvis Torval." She points at the furbolg, and he's like, "Hi." And this is Roscoe Bosch. And he's like, "Hi, pleased to meet you." And she says, "Right." So she unfurls this scroll, and she goes, "Okay, according to the contract, which of you is Osgood the Ugly?" And she looks at your group.
I look at Grum.
I look at Grum too.
Who you calling ugly, pal?
She's like, She like looks at you for like a long second, and she's like, "Just what it says on the paper. All's good the ugly. That's your title."
I make
Yeah.
ugly look good.
She goes, "Very well," and she hands this sort of scroll to you. "I need you to sign before you go in." She like
With what?
hands you a pen.
Okay. What'd you call me?
Your name, Osgood the Ugly.
Thank you. I'll just forge the name right on it.
So you write the name. The large furball gentleman is kind of like looking at you curiously. And he goes, "Oh, I've heard of you before. You're pretty famous. Yeah,
Oh,
Osgood.
you don't say.
Osgood the Ugly and his crew." Yeah, he says, "I never seen you in person before." Sort of looks. He goes, "Yeah, which one of you
Gauge
is
your wonder.
which one of you is Lord Pompey Fugglestruck? I heard a lot of stories about you."
I
I'm
look
going to
at
Percy.
Percy.
Percy. That dude.
Lord Pompum, Fuggle, stuck. Yes, me.
He goes, "Wow, I heard you once beat up a whole band of bandits all by yourself. Is that true?"
Yes. Yes, it is.
Wow, that's crazy.
I know,
guys-
yeah.
You guys is why I became a guard in the first place.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, did you hear that? We're an inspiration, guys.
Yeah. That's great.
He goes, "And Mad Hattie Flagon, which one is that?"
Gavin?
Oh, yes, right. That's me.
What are they famous for?
Well, I thought you
Well,
was
you
a
know.
girl. Oh, that's crazy. I never even knew you was a man. Oh, the stories they tell about you is all wrong then.
Oh,
It's rumors. Don't ever
yeah.
trust
Yeah.
You can't trust that. You can't trust those.
Listen, this is a modern era. It's 1495. You can be whatever gender you want to be. We're progressive here in Waterdeep.
Right.
Don't believe everything you read on the nets.
As you're forging the signature as this guard is talking to the rest of the group. Captain Truff kind of snatches the paper back. She goes, "Thank you. Nothing but paperwork and signatures since the newest Masked Lords got started on the council. But what can you do? Right.
Fill it out.
What sort of details did they give you before they sent you out here?"
That there's a sinkhole.
There's a hole.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh
People
my God."
died.
Okay. So, listen. The fissure opened beneath the warehouse during the earthquake 2 days ago. The partially collapsed building, she points to the warehouse behind them, has been deemed structurally sound, so it shouldn't fall into the fissure unless someone inside does something foolish, such as knock down a support beam or bang against the remaining walls.
I look at Grums. I look at Grum and I'm just like,
The fissure has exposed a number of mysterious tunnels beneath the warehouse. We don't know how long they've been there, who created them, or what might be lurking within. 2 guards did go down to investigate, but they've not come back up. So, your contract is as follows. And keep in mind, it is only fulfilled if you investigate and clear every tunnel that the fissure has exposed. After you finish, a city surveyor will be assigned to map the area, and an engineer needs to assess the integrity of the tunnels to ensure that no further collapses are imminent. If either professional is injured because you do a shoddy job, Acquisitions Incorporated will be held liable. She says, the 2 members of the party watch who went down there are Sergeant Ava Tish and Constable Yanda Boot. Tish is a good woman. Strong, good sense of duty, brave. Boot is a runty little coward. Either way, they went down there.
how did they go down there?
yesterday,
Okay.
shortly after the collapse.
Okay.
It is your job to clear the area, map it out as you go, discover the fate of the sergeant and the constable, and then report back to us here when you've completed the job.
So it won't be over our fault if they're dead already.
No.
Okay. Good to know.
She kind of looks at you. She says, "Do you have any questions? If not, I won't stand in your way any further. The faster you get underway and get this taken care of, the faster the three of us can get back to actual work instead of, as I said, guarding a big hole in the ground."
Did you only need the signature of Osgood the Ugly, or did you need a...
Hey.
As the party leader, he's the only one required on the contract. That will be sufficient.
Just wanted to make sure.
She's smart. She can see the things.
I say thank you, and then I
I'll hand the
start
contract
walking.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
As you guys begin to kind of walk away, Orvis Torval kind of hey, before you go, and he pulls out this little notebook, and he goes, "You think maybe I could get your autographs?" And he holds it out to you.
Yeah.
So I think we'd be happy to, right, everyone? I mean,
Yeah. How would you like me to sign my name?
Whatever way you do your signature.
Uh-huh. What do you know me as? Like what
Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, there's.
just put an X. He won't know.
I don't. Yeah, he's kind of like. He seems like he thinks that he's bothering you, so he's getting flustered now. He's like, I don't want any trouble if it's.
Read.
Okay, that's okay. I sign very fancily to kind of make it like you can't
Sure.
really tell what the name is. Like,
Okay.
you know how people will have fancy initials with
Yeah.
dots and stuff. Like, I do that, so it's
Okay.
you could look at it and be like, "That's a signature."
Sure.
But what does it say? I don't really know.
Okay. So you do that. And he kind of takes it back, and he begins to hand it around to each of you, asking you if you'll sign his little book.
I think what Gavin would do is he'd say, "Oh, Sir Orvis, look, a trick." And as a forest gnome, I can speak to small creatures. So I'm gonna take Dibble out and say, Dibble, you know the trick. Do the trick, Dibble, and put the mouse on the notepad, and the mouse will grab the pen and just start scribbling.
Okay. He's like, "Whoa, that's amazing! Wow!"
Percy.
I'll sign it as Percy.
Okay.
I'm like, you can see my face is turning red, and I'm trying hard, and I just write the name, my actual name, and then I repent and do some
When
religious
he does,
rituals.
I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, "Percy's his first name."
Oh yeah.
That is correct. That's not a lie.
Wrath.
Well, Wrath is in the same conundrum that Crisp is in, and so
Yeah.
he's just gonna do a doctor's bloop, and then just it's a straight line.
Okay.
There's nothing about it that indicates anything.
I'll take that from him and then hold the pen a little too long so the ink kind of splotches a little bit. Oh, sorry. And I'll reach and get my cheese shaker and this will dry it up and slam it. And here.
All right. So he is like, "Oh," and he brushes off the Parmesan dusting off of it. The paper's pretty messed up, but you can still kind of see the signatures. And then he hands it to Parlay, and she takes it and she's like, and hands it back to him. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I see these other ones. You, good lady, you signed it Nightblaze?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's a new thing I'm trying."
Disapproving look from Wrath.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, all right, well, cool, that's cool." And he folds his book and puts it away. And Captain Truff is like, okay, we've all got our signatures. We're all very pleased to meet the famous adventurers. If you would now, on with it. And she's sort of like, go.
Remember this day.
Rushing you towards the door.
I start walking there.
Okay. So.
Crisp, I really do think you were right. I think somebody else was supposed to be here.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Shh. Talk about it inside. Let's get
Yeah.
talk about it inside.
Let's go, boss.
Is there a door?
No, there is not a door. But the reason that there's not a door
There's a hole in the ground.
is
Okay.
because it looks like this. It is big old hole in the ground.
Good. That's
The
what I like. Hey.
Oh boy.
So it was a warehouse. The front and one side of the building have collapsed, as well as part of the roof, and there is a big hole inside it. In the areas where the walls and ceilings did not collapse, the warehouse contains no crates, no boxes, no barrels, no wares of any kind. The building appears to have been completely empty before this. The directly in front of the missing door, the wall, ceiling, and floor have fallen away to reveal the deep sinkhole that you see in front of you. Inside the ruin, there is a hempen rope which has been firmly anchored to a piece of dropped rafter, and it dangles down into the darkness. The tear in the earth descends at an angle, making it impossible to see how far down it goes or what's at the bottom.
So, I don't know if you guys remember, but when we were talking to Jim Dark Magic, who wasn't actually Jim Dark Magic, he kind of mumbled about another adventuring party being set on fire or something. And I'm just wondering if that is who we are believed to be, and what kind of trouble that could get us in. And also, I think it's kind of strange that this warehouse is practically empty, as if whoever leads it knew something was going to happen.
Possible. Yeah, at least one of us is resistant to fire.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Grub when I say that.
Well, there she's talking. I hit it. Yeah. No, I'm not. You can tell. I'm gonna just to test this theory. I'll find a little rock, and I've got the light cantrip. I'm gonna pop it and kick it off the side.
All right. So the rock illuminates and it tumbles down. Tack, 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 tack. The curvature of this sort of sinkhole here slides away. So it does it does sort of descend what looks like you think maybe like 60 or so feet. Hard to gauge. At about 30 feet, the curvature like takes the rock out of your line of sight as it like bounds and rolls down this tunnel. But sort of like based on the glow that it is giving off as it sort of fades in the distance, it doesn't look like it goes too much further after you lose sight of it. And like when it's you hear it finally come to rest down at the bottom, you think maybe a 60-foot climb down there. You can still see a little bit of the glow coming up from the interior of the hole.
And how far is that rope?
At least from what you can see, the rope does it goes down and sort of like a ways out of your sight. So it looks like it's pretty safe to assume that like this is probably the rope the other guards use to get down here. So probably it goes, probably it takes you down to the bottom.
I would like to cast my cantrip guidance one by one on each of us, so that whatever check we have to make to go down, we can add a d4.
Nice. Yeah, it is an athletics check to climb down. So you guys can, if you're heading down, you can begin to make those athletics checks and add your d4.
Ladies first.
as you sort of like
Matt, before we go down, the remnants of the warehouse around you said were empty, like there's nothing in there.
correct. There's like the rubble of the building
can-
that collapsed, but there's no wares in here.
Right. But there's no like boxes or crates
Correct.
or anything like that. Can I go around? Can Gavin go around and kind of look for footprints, or maybe that may have come up from this crevasse?
Sure. Make an
And
investigation
moved
check.
around the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
While this is happening, Crisp is just like looking at the hole, and she's just like, I am not one for physical labor. I just know that I would feel a little more comfortable if someone went first. I don't do this very often. If I fall, I want someone to be able to catch me. I don't know.
Okay. I'll go in first then. And I'm
Thank you.
climbing down. I rolled a 15 on
Okay.
my athletics plus the guidance.
Easy enough. You
Thank you.
safely scuttle down, and you guys see Percy kind of like repels down.
I duck my head into my shell as I go down.
Disappears into the darkness, and it kind of a few minutes later, a minute later after he like disappears, he's safely at the bottom.
What do you see?
I see nothing. I don't have dog vision.
Oh, good.
You can see by the
my rock is down there.
you can see by the
I
light
see
rock.
a little rock.
You are in like an kind of just an empty stretch of cavern, sort of slightly behind and off to the side of where you came down, where the sinkhole leads. There is like what looks like it might have been another tunnel that is like completely collapsed with like thousands of tons of rock. But ahead of you, there is like a little bit of rubble, kind of strewn about. Some of it appears to have come from like the building above when it collapsed down. But a tunnel extends off into the darkness. But there is nothing in here at this point. It's just this kind of empty tunnel.
Okay. Chris is going to reluctantly get ready. Oh, that's so good. Okay, good. Because I have a -1 athletics, so I was really scared. That is 15.
Yep, yes, that's plenty.
And I lean back so that my hair doesn't touch the rope and screw over everyone else by catching it on fire.
All right.
So I'm like
And
going
that,
down by like trying to lean back so that my hair doesn't touch it.
Okay. Yeah, easy.
Well, you're a natural light source, then, is what you're saying. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Gavin rolled a
glowing.
16 on his investigation.
Okay. Yeah, you are pretty confident. It does not look like anybody came up out of here. You do see a little bit of footprints that you gauge to be probably the two guards that went down here. They kind of like circle the rim of this hole a little bit, and then like end near where the rope is tied off. So you think you see the evidence of the two guards that went down, but you do not find any evidence that anything else came out.
And then Gavin will climb down. I rolled a 15 on athletics. To
Okay,
climb
yep,
down.
easy enough. Down the rope.
Wrath is going to prepare to get to the point of going down the rope, but he's going to take a look at Grum and provide a cautionary word. And Wrath says, based on my assessment of everything that I've seen so far, I just want you to know that I have rated you the lowest likely to make it through this unmarred and survive. So just be careful going down here. And I get it's an athletics.
Yeah.
And you get to
18.
add a d4. Okay.
Oh, D4. I think.
Yeah. You're
so
probably
20.
good, but
Oh yeah, easy enough.
Thank you for that.
I'm glad you're the leader. Great speech of confidence.
Parlay, you Grum, you and Parlay are the only two still up here now. She's like, well, that was super rude. But in that vein, I would like to go before you because I am concerned that you're going to get the rope all cheesy and I will fall to my death.
It's dry. It ain't. Go ahead. Ladies first.
So she gets a 16, so she kind of like shimmies her way down.
Here, athletics. Oh my god. Oh and I get a D4, right? Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Look out below. It's an 8.
So you guys are all down below, kind of waiting for Grum. And you
Here I
sort of
come.
you hear.
Is there any
yeah,
possibility with my prediction of doom that I'm like down there like waiting for him to fall?
Sure.
Save the cheese.
You
Save
guys,
the cheese.
the rope kind of moves. You hear like this shuffle of Grum like go over the over the side, like a rock sort of like clack 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 comes rolling down, and you see the rope sort of like jump once, jump twice as he like repels, and then you hear like. And then
shit.
what I assume, shit. And then you hear what I can only imagine is like a cartoon.
Oh yeah.
As and sure, yeah. Since you were sort of ready for that, Wrath, why don't we say Grum, make a dexterity saving throw and do so with advantage, as Wrath is going to attempt to break your fall.
And chat,
Take
you're
cover,
welcome
Dibble.
for all this. What'd you get?
Oh, I'm making the dexterity saving throw?
No,
Grum,
he has
Grum,
Grum
yeah,
is. I didn't
Grum
catch
is.
that. Sorry, I was smart enough. Okay, dexter. Oh crap! Dexterity save, you say? Oh
Yes.
boy, this is gonna be bad too. Please, please, please. Oh shit. Two.
Oh man!
Hands outstretched, he drops like 5 feet away.
Wrath is like he's definitely gonna fall. So you're standing here, and then you just hear shit, and then poof, Grum hits the ground like right next to you. Grum, you only take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god.
Oh, how
Just
nice.
like you hit the ground, you're like, the wind goes out of you.
Can I make a medicine
I can
check
imagine.
if he's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I can imagine Wrath
Okay.
being there like this, and after he already hits the ground, saying, "I got him."
That's a
I just looked down at him as he's
17.
like laying on the ground.
Yeah.
I said, Grum, I just told you were probably gonna die. What the heck, man?
Like, I want to do the whole, like, look at his eyes, like, does he have a concussion thing?
I am,
Crisp is
Yeah.
like doing this. How many
but I'm
fingers?
holding up the shaker of cheese like a beer. I'm holding that up, folks. Okay, that is protected. Okay.
As soon as I see that, and I see that he protected the cheese, I'm like, okay, he's fine.
Oh,
How
man.
much, how
I
much
didn't know
does
you-
my glowing hair illuminate? Because I do have produce flame that could also give us 10 feet, but how much does my hair give?
Is produce flame a cantrip?
Yeah.
And
So-
my light spell goes off as soon as I hit. Wham! Lights off.
So
Yeah, it lasts 10 minutes.
if you want, since it is a cantrip, if this is like sort of kind of something you're interested in as a fire genasi, I am comfortable saying, like, rather than having you have to be like, I repeatedly cast this produce flame, why don't we say you sort of like flame princess it, that your hair
I am lava
your hair,
girl.
yeah,
right
your hair
now.
can provide the same effect as if you were to continually do produce
I like
flame.
it.
So you guys can get your sort of torch illumination just from like the top of Crisp's head as you guys are down here.
Cool.
All right, so you guys have reached the bottom of the fissure, and here is what you see. As I had described, you are in a sort of a narrow tunnel. The path behind you. So you guys came down sort of in that where that rubble is in the middle there. The path sort of to your back is completely caved in, sealed. Not a concern. The path ahead is about 10 feet wide, a little bit windy, and extends off into the darkness. And then sort of along the walls of this, there are a number of like kind of narrow sort of cracks and fissures. No other like tunnels that you might want to pass, that you would like consider going down necessarily. but just like you can see that the earthquake sort of like fractured the ground here in this space.
Since I'm the light source, I'm gonna stand probably in the middle of the group to try to give an equal amount of light to everybody.
If you'd like, I can go on ahead a little bit. I mean, Dibble and I, we're really good at this.
I'm sure. That sounds good.
Okay.
So just for good measure, I'm gonna light my torch on your head.
Okay.
Just in case we get separated. And I'll walk a little bit ahead. I'm gonna kind of get towards the front. If Gavin wants to like sneak off, that's fine. But
I love that.
Okay.
Chris
So,
feels really good that she's helping. Like,
Good.
she's very excited that she is contributing.
alrighty. So,
They'll hear me finally roll over. It's okay. I'll get myself up. And I'll just kind of flip up as they're walking onto the tunnel. I'm just kind of laying there, and one of my cigars I pull out to light it, and it's broke. That's going to happen. Damn! And I'll sit up, and I'll finally crawl up and make my way behind them. What's her parlay? What is she doing?
She's just kind of like there, like with you guys. She as you guys get up, as you start to walk, and you're like bemoaning the your cigar, you sort of like have it in your mouth. You're like, she's like, oh dude, that stinks. And she casts Mage Hand, and like her ghostly Mage Hand sort of like floats up and just like grabs the broken end of your cigar and like holds it up so that it like is in one piece.
I offer my hair.
I was going to say, I may find the Genos in a second, walk over, and
Eileen.
Thank you. Are you able to turn that on and off at will?
No, it kind of just does it all the time, but since we're in the dark, it's like brighter.
Yeah, I know. So I'm going to step away from her just a little bit. Just be careful, folks. She's our beacon.
So as you guys start walking, and as you say beacon, coincidentally, everybody, with the exception of Wrath, with your passive perceptions, you hear from like around you, these like sort of crevices along the chamber here, you hear like the skittering and squealing of creatures approaching.
Dibble, do you hear that? Dibble, listen.
I stop, and I like want to try to look around to see if I can see what I heard, or if they're too small and they're hidden.
Okay, make a perception check.
19.
Okay.
Wow.
With that 19, as you guys have heard them, and now you're like looking, you guys are not caught by surprise at all here, as emerging from these crevices in the walls are 6 weirdly like lime green giant rats.
Oh.
And that is where we will take our break here, as we get ready to roll initiative when we come back.
Crisp goes oh.
I'm pouring some cheese on the ground in front of him. Maybe that will
Maybe it was your cheese that led them to us.
Cheese makes the world go round.
Alrighty. So let's do a giveaway, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you guys have not done so yet, viewing in the audience here, be sure to get yourselves entered into that giveaway with the last few seconds here before we toss it out. It's Little Dragon, right?
Yeah, Little Dragon. Mm-hmm.
So if you type Little Dragon in chat now, you have a couple of seconds to do it before we draw our prizes. We have a dice tray, a set of dice, and a dice bag from Little Dragon Corp to give away to you. So get them entries in, and we'll do that quickly before we take about a 5-minute break to let everybody stretch their legs and refill their drinks and stuff, and continue with the back half of the adventure here.
Yep, in the chat, just make sure you're spelling it correctly and not using any capital letters, and it should put you right in. Make sure you do receive. Yeah.
I saw it in the chat there. Somebody's asking for it. Yes, we do have a special video for during our break time. Some of the prizes will already have been given out, but there are more prizes to come. And we did Acquisitions Incorporated did hire a very special sponsor to advertise these items for us. So I think we're ready to go, right? You wanna exclamation it up or draw?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I was gonna give it like 5 more seconds because I know we're on a little bit of a delay on what I can see in Twitch. So
let me make notes here. So, well, you're the boss of this, Michael. So, what do you want to give away first?
Right. Well, we're giving away the Little Dragon Corp dice, the dice bag.
Oh, all together, one thing. Oh, very cool. Okay.
Yeah, it all comes as one.
Excellent.
It all comes as one giveaway. Yeah. So it's like $30 or $40 worth of stuff. So it's gonna be really cool.
Excellent.
So here we go. I'm gonna click the button and let's see who does it. Kai Runch, is that right? Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Chris, good job. Yeah, hooray for Chris.
Chris. All right.
He's on his 20 sides, 20 sides dudes.
Hey, all right.
Congratulations, Chris.
Congrats.
Congrats. Yeah, Chris, if you could do me a favor and message or email your address to me, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to forward it over to Little Dragon Corp, and they're going to get in touch with you, and they will actually ship it directly to you. I think they give you a choice of they'll give you some options on what you can pick.
That's so cool.
So you can either whisper it here on Twitch to our channel, or you can use proficiency bonus@gmail.com. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations. Hey. Okay, so let's jump to break here. Stick with us. Enjoy this video. I watched it last night, extremely late in the night after it was finished for us, and I was in danger of waking my wife up because I was laughing. This is our giveaway, our special giveaway advertisement as presented by the famous Sharkarino. So stick around, enjoy that, enjoy our mid rolls. We'll be back in a couple minutes for the back half of our episode. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us over break. Congratulations to the winner of our first giveaway drawing, and let's get ready to give away some more stuff. So before we jump back into our session here, I do want to let you guys know the second half of our session is going to have its own giveaway. We're going to be giving away a bunch of stuff donated to us by Cardboard Castle, one of our sponsors tonight. So thank you to them. Michael can Vanna White this stuff.
I can.
I will shut up, and Michael, you can show everybody what they can win from Cardboard Castle.
We got this set, this L'Oreal Silverhands Explorer Kit that comes with this dice set that has 2 D20s in it. And these dice are actually like bigger, like they're a lot bigger than, they're big dice. So these are really awesome. And it has like a bunch of other like supplemental stuff inside of it too. It's not just a dice set. So got that. We've got this Magic the Gathering Allied Fires deck. It's a Challenger full deck, 60 cards. And we've got a Pokemon Sword and Shield Elite Trainer Box. This is like a $70 or $80 value that they gave us to give away. Wow. So make sure you type in birthday to get yourself entered into that chat.
Are we giving these away individually, or is this all one?
This is a package deal. If you win, you get all 3.
Oh,
yep.
Boy.
Wow.
Yep.
Alrighty, so some great stuff from Cardboard Castle. Thank you very much to them for donating to that. And as Michael says, type the word birthday in chat to be entered to win. If you were entered in the first one, in the other one, it has been reset. So like the entries from that first giveaway are all cleared out. You've got to enter again if you want to get in to win this stuff with the code birthday. And once again, down every time wrong. This way, below us. Be sure to check out our Extra Life. I thought I caught it in chat. I don't have it open. We did get a pretty big donation during the first half of our stream. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Somebody confirm for me where we're at now?
Winston Pope came in big with a big donation.
So
You're at 400 right now.
We're
Wow,
at
Reef.
400 right now.
Thank
Actually,
you.
we got two.
Yeah.
Chris with a $50 donation to Extra Life as well. So we're over halfway to our goal. Thanks to you guys.
Yes,
awesome.
Thank you
Well
very
done, guys.
much. I should have done this before we started playing, but I didn't. So I'm going to do this now. Before we jump in, the last kind of announcement that I have for you guys is to once again thank you guys, my players, for joining me here today. You guys over from 20 Sides to Every Story, Praetor's Rejects, Schooner or Later, and what I forgot to do because I am a dunce is put these up. These, which you can see, audience, on the screen right now, these are the channels for our friends who are joining us today. They have graciously agreed to let me mess around with them during this Acquisitions Incorporated. They are hosting us on their own channels right now, and we absolutely, if anybody joining us is perhaps you're a Probo person, perhaps you're a Praetor's Rejects person, and you've found our way through any one of the avenues of these great channels. We are obviously here a proficiency bonus, but here are the channel links for everybody's. I highly suggest you go seek them out, subscribe to them, keep an eye on their content. They all create amazing stuff that you can consume with your eyeballs and ears and your brain. So do that. I will pop this up again on the screen before we wrap up today to give you another chance to go check them out. But absolutely do that. But don't do that this second because we are going to start playing again, and I don't want you to miss anything. Let's disappear that. Let's pop back up our map. And let us begin. So I had you guys roll initiative off air while we were setting up here, so we are ready to roll. We will go directly into initiative, and the first to act, as you guys have caught these rats trying to ambush you, first to react is going to be Crisp.
So I know this may take one of my actions, but can I make an insight check to kind of see if there is a possibility of avoiding a fight and talking to these rats instead with my abilities, or if I should just attack? I know that may take an action to make like an insight check.
No, you don't need to use an action to do that. If you'd like to make an insight to see what you think about these rats, go ahead.
Yeah, that is 16.
Alrighty. So you have the ability to speak with animals, I assume?
I do.
So with a 16 insight, they look pretty dang hungry. You don't know why they're green.
Right.
But they do look like they're like, yeah, food. So you think maybe if you're able to communicate with them, and you have like, if you have enough food on you to maybe satiate 6 giant rats, possible. But hard to say for sure. I mean, as always, you can certainly try anything you'd like, and we can see what happens.
Okay, I'm gonna try to cast speak. I'm gonna cast speak with animals.
Okay.
And I'm going to put my hands up, and I'm going to say, "Hi, I have food. My friend here has cheese. Maybe we could work something out to avoid you trying to eat us and eat this instead."
Okay, make a persuasion check.
13.
Okay.
I'll assist.
Okay, roll with advantage as she's shaky cheesing.
Yay! Ooh. Okay, that is 16 then.
Okay. So you guys, Crisp makes a couple of arcane gestures, and then she like, as these rats are like coming in surrounding you, she just goes like, squeak, 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 and the rats like pause, and one of the like larger among these rats kind of takes a step forward, Crisp, and as you have cast Speak with Animals, he kind of like pulls up and he looks at you and he says, "Good lady, cheese, you say?"
Yes. It is good on hot dogs and other kinds of things. I turn to Grum and I tell him, I will get you more cheese later. I think it would be really helpful in this moment right now if you would give me the cheese.
Do I even
will
understand
buy
what
you-
she's saying to me, or is she still talking in rat?
I assume she's speaking to you in common.
I'm speaking
I
in
didn't know if she
common.
could, multitask.
I say
Languages.
I know a few really good cooks that can get you some fancy cheese for your next hot dogs.
No, not fancy. It's shaky cheese.
Okay,
It has to
I
be
could get
shaky
some.
cheese.
Okay, I could get some really good shaky cheese. I promise. I know a cheese guy. I know a cheese guy.
Do not lose this, please. This is my
Okay.
life. And
Okay.
I will delicately hand it to her.
Thank you. I like to screw off the top and
Okay.
pour it, screw it back on, and delicately hand it to Grum. And I would
You effing rats better enjoy this.
So the lead rat is now like taking his little rat hand and doing this, stroking his chin. He was, yes, you make a persuasive offer, madam. I do like cheese.
I
and
thought good.
the other rats are kind of looking at this and they're like, and one of them goes, "Hey, boss, that's not enough cheese for all of us."
I would like to grab my rations that I have. I have 1 day's worth,
Sprinkle the
and
cheese on it.
I will put it next to the cheese. Maybe pick some up, sprinkle it. Try to make 6 piles
Okay.
of cheese covered rations. And
It's a magical cheese shaker. It fills itself up.
Yeah.
Yeah, weirdly, it is a cheese shaker of holding. It does have 800 pounds of Gruyere inside it right now for some reason. Okay, no, I like this. So you guys, you give them the cheese, you give them rations. Parlay's like, I have no idea what's going on right now, but this is awesome. And she'll take her rations out and add them to the pile as well.
well, that's nice.
Welcome to proficiency bonus.
That song is playing in my head. That's like, am I a lady or am I a rat? I don't.
And then the rats in chorus are like, am I a rat? Okay, you guys, is anybody else adding rations to the pile at all? As you guys see, she's like, Crisp is like putting a bunch of piles of food in front of these rats, and they seem to be like checking it out.
Gavin just looks at Dibble on his shoulder. Why are you dancing? What is going on?
He's drooling on your shoulder. That's it, real. Okay? And he's giving you a very dirty look like, where's your cheese, boy? He's thinking about changing sides.
All right, well, let's see what we think here.
I'm getting fed better than you feed me, boss.
So the big kind of lead rat that you guys that Chris, you were talking to, he kind of nods to the two rats on his left and right, and he goes, "No, yes, this is acceptable. So no reason that we need to have a quarrel today, good madam and your gentle group of adventurers. We shall simply take this bountiful feast of cheese and assorted dried trail rations that you've left for us, and we shall be on our way."
Thank you.
And they kind of like gather this up in their like little rat arms, and they
Chris, before they go, Dibble was just asking me what maybe we should ask them, and he's trying to whisper this, maybe we should ask them why they're green. Maybe that's a little odd for a large rat.
Excuse me.
I definitely don't want to offend them. But
hey, what's wrong with being green? That's
They're
racist.
No. Excuse me. I just was wondering,
Yes.
what is going on down here? I mean, you seem to have a complexion that I have not seen before. on someone of your stature. Did something happen?
Oh, yes, there is, there's a chamber further on that, I don't know, when you go in there, you turn green. It doesn't seem to hurt anybody. We've been like this for ages.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Have a good day.
Of course, you too, gentle lady. He bows his head.
I relay that information to the party, and I say, apparently there's a chamber where you walk in and you turn green. But it doesn't hurt. They said they're fine, so not really sure what that's about.
What happens if you're already green?
Then maybe you start glowing just a little bit.
Double green!
Parlay. Look at Parlay. Ooh. Because she's green, right?
She's green.
Yeah, I think so is Percy, right?
So is Percy.
Is
Yeah.
Percy? Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
She's like, don't worry, it's a good look. Does wonders for your complexion.
I put my hand on Grum's shoulder and I say, thank you so much for your noble sacrifice. I will write a letter home to my mother and let her know that I want a cheese grater of the finest cheese from our kitchen. We have a fancy special cheese guy. It's my mom's favorite.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
I'm still flush and I'm pale, and
In the next adventure, Grom has a +1 cheese grater.
Yeah.
Holy cheese grater.
Yes.
Yeah.
that's what I do in my downtime.
All right. So, having successfully bribed the rats into leaving you guys alone, you
had no idea we were going this direction.
You are
no
clear
idea.
to proceed. I gotta say, I did not see a complex bartering system with rats in our future today.
Cheese makes the world go round.
Yeah.
All right, what do we see ahead?
You got a path ahead. You can proceed.
Our beacon of light. Show us the way, young lady.
Yes. I start walking.
Alrighty.
I can sneak up forward if you want me to, but I don't want to be close to the beacon if we're using the cover of darkness.
Fine. We may want to stay closer together just for this, but I mean,
Sure.
if yeah.
Ladies first.
Alrighty.
Always the gentleman.
Right. I start walking forward.
Okay.
I go first, anyways.
But you got her torch lit. You've got your torch lit from her hair, right? So you're swinging that one around.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I also have a giant shell on my back, so I'd rather be the one that gets hit.
Oh, that's right.
right.
I keep forgetting about that. Okay.
Grom, is it really that you're a gentleman? Is it you're fearful of what lies ahead?
Smart.
Listen, the man just lost his cheese. How about some sensitivity? Come on.
Exactly. Look, it's halfway down.
He fell down a hole. We took his cheese. He's having a hard day.
Broken cigar.
No, I'll mend his cigar with mending. Oh, you just said something earlier.
Why did I get to the point where I'm smoking it? That spot, you mend this, that little last
Yeah,
piece,
like-
you know? The rest of the time, it's just been kind of, the hand's been holding it up. Yeah. Okay.
So, my speak with animals spell lasts for 10 minutes, so I don't know how long our bartering took, but it may still be going if we...
You've still got it up and running. It only took a couple of minutes to talk to those rats.
Okay, alright.
I'm hungry.
All right, so you guys head forward. You walk for about five minutes or so down this tunnel, and by and large, it is pretty featureless. There are no further rats. The Rat King or whatever seems to have warned his brethren off of you. So you proceed unimpeded down this tunnel, and eventually you do come to a portion where, as indicated by the guards above, it does seem that the cave-in and this natural collapse has connected to some sort of an existing secret set of passageways, because the natural tunnel ends and there's sort of a break in the wall, into which is set clearly block structure, an actually built wall with like an open doorway. You guys are able to kind of get right up to this, and there's no door or anything like that. You can see it's dark beyond, but you can see that this opens up into a larger chamber. After about a 15-foot little like hallway, it opens up, but the room is like the door that you're on is like the wall of the room, and the room opens up like that way, so you actually can't, until you proceed further, can't see into what might be in this room.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I would like to look at the ground of the hallway. What kind of floor is it?
It's like a flagstone type of smooth, flat, pretty dusty. You do see that like some of the dust has been disturbed. It looks like something has used this thoroughfare. You definitely see some like little rat feet in there as well. But it does look like a number of like people wearing like shoes and boots and stuff have passed through this way as well, fairly recently.
Okay. So it looks like people have walked on this floor, so maybe there's no traps on this particular hallway. However, I am kind of nervous about it. Does anyone have anything I could roll?
Like you mean roll something on the ground? You're talking about rolling something. Man, just find a rock.
These.
Just find a rock and throw it in there.
Gavin has a bag that he holds up. It has 1,000 ball bearings inside.
That's
you're
perfect.
Ready to use our coins.
I would like to roll the ball bearings and see if anything happens when it passes through the hallway with the floor.
Okay. Yeah, you absolutely you can absolutely do that. As an aside, the bag of 1,000 ball bearings is my favorite item in all of D&D.
I love it.
You sort of like roll some ball bearings across this floor, and they just sort of like roll to the far side and sort of fan out. Nothing happens.
Okay. I cautiously start to walk down the hallway after that.
Okay. All right, what's everybody else doing as Chris begins to proceed ahead towards this chamber?
I'll follow forward and look at my hand and see if they turn green.
I'm keeping an eye on everybody, making sure we're all staying together and we're all here, and following up after everybody's gone through. Yeah.
Okay. Was it? I was looking at the overlay. Was it Percy? Did you say you're looking at your hands? Or was that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Percy, you proceeded to this room and you look at your hands. They are green.
Oh wait, they always
you remember they were always green. None of the rest of you appear to be green at this point, except for Percy.
Gavin just looks at Dibble and says, "Okay, little guy, you know the drill." And Dibble runs off of his arm and goes and starts collecting the ball bearings.
Okay. Cool.
He's gonna be there a while.
Did you throw all 1,000 ball bearings?
I would assume not. I was hoping like a handful.
Dang. Okay, yeah, that's no problem. So I have popped up the map of this room for you guys in Discord there, and it is up for our audience. So what you see as you walk in is that the rectangular chamber does not show any earthquake damage. The walls are smooth and intact. Possibly because there are buttresses along the walls and a series of support columns spaced around the chamber. You see there are 4 pools of liquid set into the floor, spaced around this room. One of them is blue, one of them is green, one of them is clear, and the last is cloudy. There are carvings on the walls, seemingly depicting these pools, and they show robed figures submerging themselves within. At the far end of the chamber stands a double door with a large, ornately carved lock.
Can I make an Arcana check on the closest pool of liquid to the hallway?
Sure.
I'd like to also. I want to see what we feel magic-wise coming out of this room. If we can.
16.
Okay, 16 Arcana check, and you're also doing an Arcana, Grum?
I'd like to. Yes,
Okay,
please,
go ahead.
if you would allow me.
Of course.
I'm gonna sit on the ground with a piece of chalk and start like chalking out symbols, and I'm gonna ritually cast detect magic.
Okay.
Ooh.
We're gonna forget that I asked about that Arcana check right now. So we're.
I was trying to cover for you.
You didn't.
I guess Gavin would probably go up to that door with the intricate-looking lock on it and just maybe inspect it to see if it's trapped.
Alrighty, so I had a Arcana check from Crisp. I have an investigate. Go ahead and make an investigation check, Gavin, on the door, and then Percy,
Okay.
you are in the process of doing detect magic.
Yep.
So, Crisp, as you're looking at this first pool, the pool which would be labeled 1 on your map there. That's the like the sort of cloudy pool.
Okay.
As you look at it, what you see is that even though this room is very clearly very old, sort of like dusty, musty, ancient, the liquid itself within the pool, besides the fact that its natural consistency does seem to be sort of a cloudy nature, you see no the water seems to be pure. It's not moldery. There's no algae. There's no must or dust that seems to have collected in it, which immediately in your mind tips you off of this water is probably enchanted in some way.
And I dip my scimitar in it.
Sure.
Okay, I would like to take my scimitar off my back and gently dip it in the pool.
So you sort of put your scimitar in,
Mhm.
pull it out, and it's just a little bit of water drip drip off the end of the scimitar, but nothing happens to the sword.
If I wipe it on my dress, does something happen to my dress?
Nope.
Okay.
Gavin, what was your investigation on that door?
A 25.
Okay. A 25 investigation on that door. You do not see any mechanical traps. You search around, you see if there's any anywhere that perhaps the tampering of this lock might fire a poison dart at you, or stick you with a needle, or some other sort of mechanical trap. You don't see anything of that nature, but you do see that the door and the lock are all etched with arcane runes. So you are fairly certain that there is a magical component to this door.
Hey guys, I don't think I can pick this one.
Yeah, I'm detecting some kind of magical property of this pool, but I dipped my sword in it and it did nothing, so I'm not really sure what it is.
You said was it the pillars that had the robed figures on it? Is there anything distinguishing about the stonework or the art depictions of these robed figures dunking themselves in?
Yes, you can either make me a history or a religion check as you are looking at these.
I'll do history.
Okay.
12.
Okay. With a 12, you take some time to kind of inspect these. You see that these these depictions of these robed figures do appear to be submerging themselves in depictions of these pools of liquid, and the depiction shows them submerging themselves and then coming back out, and then when these hooded figures are shown coming back out, they are drawn the representation of some sort of aura almost seems to be around them, as if they have been purified or blessed or are in some way divine now. And with that 12, you probably kind of look at these, these sort of robed figures, and you think maybe this has something to do, though you're not really familiar with this particular, like, ritual necessarily. I think that this might have something to do with the entity known as That Which Endures and its followers.
What is Parlay thinking of all this or doing right now?
She's just sort of, she's like wandered around the room as as you guys all are. She's sort of like looking in each of the pools. She's also, sort of looking at the the walls and the carvings. She sort of watches Gavin opening the door for a while, or looking at the door for a while. She's kind of in the same place as you guys. She just is sort of taking everything in, and hasn't necessarily offered any, like, thoughts or opinions yet.
Are there differences in the carvings of the different pools, like of them emerging from, say, the cloudy one versus the green one, or are they all the same?
Pretty much it's all sort of the same thing, as it shows a figure going into a pool and then coming out, like, fancy looking.
Same track that you're going on with that. I'm wondering, do I get the sense that maybe it's like the same character going into multiple pools? Like maybe there's like a sequence or an order to this ritual?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It does not appear that there is, like, any rhyme or reason specifically to, like, indicate to you that, like, there is like a specific order that, like, the pools need to be gone into or anything like that. And it's pretty much like these, just a bunch. It's all the same, like, figure. This sort of hooded, robed figure. You can't necessarily confirm whether or not, like, it's supposed to be one, like, the same figure depicted going into every pool, and, like, going, in all the depictions around this room, or if it's, like, supposed to be just a bunch of people dressed the same.
I'll just kind of muse with Crisp, as Crisp is looking here, like, you notice these figures. It seems that they seem to be followers of that which endures. Put a name for me, but I don't know. Do you have any knowledge of this figure and its
I
rituals?
can make a history check. Well, actually,
This would probably be a
I can
religion specifically
check.
for. Well, I guess
Okay,
history or religion.
Okay.
I want to do, while they're doing that too, I want to study my stone cunning. I just want to see about this room. Can I detect age or anything about the stone and what's going on with the room itself?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
24?
A 4?
24.
Oh, 24.
What you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Sorry. No.
So the That Which Endures is essentially it's a little bit of an unknowable being, but it is essentially an entity that the sort of the central focus of this thing's the dogma of those who follow is that Which Endures is sort of an entity that represents like the inevitable crawl of entropy and chaos throughout existence. It is not necessarily good or evil. It just sort of like it sort of represents, like, inevitability. It is something that is constantly in a state of flux, is sort of unstoppable in its nature, and is ever persistent and ever extant. You do know that the Verdant race, of which Parlay is a member, are sort of an example of, like, contact with this being's sort of power, in that the result in the Verdant race is that they are sort of in a constant state of, like, physiomorphosis throughout their life. They always like they change physical shape, physical form, seemingly at random during the entire course of their lives. I don't know if that was just me, but I didn't hear that.
I didn't either.
Is the
Oh, there we go.
Can they be different colors, or are they mostly green?
They can vary a little bit. Some of them can kind of trend more towards like reddish or brownish. Some of them trend a little bit more towards like bluish, but they are pretty much as a rule like green, because they are. It is believed that their origins are either as goblins or like a goblinoid species prior to their contact with that which endured millennia ago.
Can I detect or determine through checking the stone how long this has been here, or anything else funny about the room?
With stone cunning, you can tell that this was definitely not dwarven crafted. You're like, this is not nearly nice enough to be dwarven architecture. Okay. But it has been here for quite some time. It's probably several hundred years old at least. Okay. But nothing else specifically strikes you during in the architecture of it. Probably at this point, you're done ritual casting that detect magic.
Yeah,
Percy. And what you can see basically is that these 4 pools of liquid are absolutely enchanted. They don't necessarily adhere to like a school of magic as you're kind of looking at them, so much as they just like are giving off sort of this aura of magic to them. And you do also see that the door is sort of illuminated as you walk around this room with a very similar sort of aura of magic. You sort of look to pool, look to door, look to pool, and the sort of the specific flavor that this magic strikes you at with this spell is matched between these pools and this door.
Okay, so I'll start to communicate. I'll communicate that to everyone. Be like, oh, if you see this pool over here and this dock, and then I'm gonna trip and fall into one of the pools on accident.
All right, which pool would you like to fall into?
Number 3.
Number 3, the green one.
I'm like, and like I'm on my robe. I'm just like, oh.
I was going to investigate the green one anyway.
So you're like kind of looking, and then Percy just sort of like falls past you and falls into the pool with sort of a splish. Percy, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
All right, I will do that. Like, oh, it's got me. Oh, what am I doing? I'm just gonna roll it on D&D Beyond. That's gonna be a total of a 13.
Okay, Percy, you submerge in this pool, and instantaneously you feel like a pump of poison enter your veins. You sort of like recoil in shock, but your fortitude, you seem to be hale and hearty enough that you're actually not damaged by this. You sort of feel this pool like flush you with poison, but after a moment, instead of like killing you or maiming you, it actually seems to like spread throughout your body from like your core out to your fingertips and your toes, and you feel it sort of integrate itself in with your being, and as you sort of like come back up over the top of this the surface, nothing bad happens to you, and you actually feel a little like tingly. So you can go ahead and mark on your character sheet for the next 24 hours. You have resistance to poison damage.
Nice.
Grum, I've redone my calculations. I don't think you're the least likely to make it out of this anymore. The torch has been passed.
Oh, glad you took that moniker from me. Appreciate it. Does he come up out of the water now? How you feel, Turtle?
Poisony? It's hard to explain.
Are you
Just play
okay?
your camera.
Yes, yeah, I am, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Unless you want to be resistant to poison.
Already am.
Gavin, as you are kind of near the door here still as this happens, your eye is caught and you look and you see that around this lock, about a quarter of it, kind of, sort of, if you imagine kind of the lock here, almost if it's backlit, about a quarter of it begins to illuminate.
Percy!
Do the
Percy,
rest
you
of us
did it!
see this? Can we perceive?
Look!
Yeah, it's,
Percy
you
did
just sort of
something
like,
to the door!
"Oh."
Yeah. I think I'm going to figure this out real quick.
Mm.
Insight this. Insight. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Right.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Gavin, what do you see, Gavin?
Damn it.
Wrath, go ahead and jump in one of the other pools. I'm
Dibs
curious.
on clear.
Oh, this is going to suck.
Wrath
I'm going to go
is
over to
gonna
the
go and
cloudy
take-
one.
The
Do you
clear
guys
pool.
think we need one person from each pool, or one person that
Yes.
went in all of them?
Oh, that's
Like-
a
Oh, I
good
like
Yeah.
that idea.
I don't. Hey, Wrath, why don't you just jump in and we'll find out?
Take a sippy sippy.
Okay. I'll go. I'll make my way to the clear pool and
Okay.
dip like my toe in. I'm just kind of like, yeah. Then I'll plunge myself in.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Go
no, I'll
ahead
just
and-
hit you in the back. I'm just going to hit you in the back. Oh, sorry.
All right, make me a intelligence saving throw.
Could have been worse.
Oh, no.
Oh no 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 no!
Not good, but no. That will be an 8.
Oh
Alrighty.
no!
You submerge in the pool, Wrath.
Oh.
Your mind is
Could've given
overwhelmed. That's true. Your mind is overwhelmed by the infinite theoretical possibilities of the multiverse as they seep into your brain. You take one level of exhaustion, and it is akin to like the worst. You just took like the worst acid trip, all in the span of like 2.5 seconds. You come back up, you're like, oh my god!
My friends,
Mind blown.
this quest that we are on, it is pointless. We are all one day going to return to the Earth, and the Earth will return to the dust of the universe. This is futile,
But how do you feel?
Someone give him a hot dog. I'll
hollow.
feel better.
Oh my
I
god!
feel ungrounded. I feel
Gavin, did the door change?
Gavin looks at the door and tries to inspect the lock.
As it did.
It did change.
The next
Look,
quarter of it has illuminated.
It worked. It worked.
Okay, can we do rock paper scissors to see who
All right.
drinks out of the next puzzle, out of the
All
next
right,
pool?
all right.
what's the point?
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
One.
Why doesn't
You
You
everybody
two go
get
ahead.
it?
I'll be the referee.
someone call it out.
Is it 1, 2, 3, shoot, or 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
Ready? Okay,
yeah,
here we go.
okay.
1,
1, 2,
1, 2, 3, shoot.
shoot.
Oh, I hate y'all. Okay, so I got two
Alright,
pools.
You have blue and you have cloudy.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a die.
Okay.
Someone, I'll have Parlay yell out odd or even, and whatever she yells out is what matches the die. It will be because there's 2 and 4, right? Or
2 and 1 are currently left. 3 and 4 have been gone into.
oh, you said 1 was cloudy, so
1 is,
4.
1 is cloudy. 4 was the clear one that
Oh,
Raph just went
they
into.
look clear the other way.
They're-
Okay,
they're
my
a
bad.
little-
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
it could be. Either way, it doesn't.
That's fine.
I don't know if Grum saw when I dipped my sword into the cloudy and nothing happened. Did he see that?
Probably. You guys were kind of all just.
Yeah, maybe,
meandering
but
around.
I'm leaving it to chance what's happening here. So odd or even Parlay.
Okay. How about odd?
Okay, so that's the cloudy one. Okay, so I'll go over there, smell it a little bit. I'm not gonna have them. I'm not gonna. They can see, but I'll take a little cheese, right, and then I'll kind of suck in a little water.
You suck in a little bit of water. It doesn't really taste like anything, but nothing happens.
I'll dive in.
Drink it.
Alrighty. So you splish in. Go ahead and make me a wisdom check.
Ooh.
Wisdom check. Not a
saving throw. Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, come here. Come on, baby. 14.
Okay, yeah, that is enough. So you dive in. You immediately become like immensely itchy as like this cloudy pool. Now that you're in it, immediately turns like vaguely caustic. However, you kind of submerge for a few seconds. You come back up, and nothing exceedingly terrible seems like it has happened to you. You now have resistance to acid damage for the next 24 hours. And as Grum like comes back out of the this pool, you guys look, and he's like dazzlingly clean.
Wow.
He's been like entirely like he like shines a little.
Budget improvement.
Yeah.
If you want to want to put in there, I would
Clean up nice.
I would have recommended that you went into that pool afterwards, but
All right.
All right.
Resist acid. All
Nice.
right.
Chris will approach the blue pool.
Yep.
And she's going to dip her toe first, but she's going to take excruciatingly long to get in, like one of those girls that doesn't want to get her hair wet.
Sure.
But her hair is literally like fire, so that should be understandable. But my question, because I was looking it up, sometimes if fire genasi's hair get wet, then it goes out until they're dry, and sometimes they're like, well, it's magical, so it stays lit. What do you?
This is considering that this is like a magical pool. I think you're probably fine. This is not strictly speaking like water. It's like magical liquid.
Did our lock change when I did my deal?
Oh, yeah.
The third corner of the lock is open.
He's going
Almost
to,
there. Just one more to go.
She's gonna slowly submerge because she hates getting her hair wet, and then she's just gonna do it.
All right, go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw.
This was coming. Okay. 12.
That's enough. You slip into this pool, and immediately you begin to see visions in your mind of terrible calamities such as rotting flesh, crumbling edifices, and long, boring political speeches. The psychological trauma threatens to overwhelm your mental fortitude, but you sort of bear down and keep it together as you sort of crawl back out of the pool. You're definitely on edge after what you were just shown, but you're keeping it together. You actually have advantage on all initiative rolls until for the next 24 hours.
Nice.
And the fourth.
We'll need it.
Yeah, the fourth piece of the door illuminates, and Gavin, you hear like inside as it clicks open.
Well, I think it's unlocked.
Oh,
So, just one point of questioning: do we think the guards that were in here did all this nonsense diving in pools?
well, there were only 2 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see anybody down in the pool with you when you went in, did you?
I mean, I
No,
wasn't
right.
exactly opening my eyes.
I kind of went to head inside, but I'm just saying. I'm just imagining that happening seems humorous. Let's carry forward.
Okay, so you find that you can now open this door without really any issue. So you open the door and you move on through the passage, and just down a short little corridor, you find yourselves in another chamber. you are going to have to indulge me in that I don't have like a player version of the map, and just ignore those ominous squares on the floor of this chamber. For all intents and purposes, for you guys, this is just sort of a long, sort of vaguely bottle-shaped chamber with a set of double doors at the other side.
Does the floor seem to be the same? Like the. Okay.
Yep, stone floor.
Okay.
Oh, well, you just go
You're welcome to
across
try
and go
these
through the
again
door.
if you want.
Yeah, I just might. I'm very cautious about traps and everything like that. I would like to roll a couple ball bearings across again.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Catch what's on the floors again?
double
What
checking.
do we?
If you guys want to like investigate and stuff, you certainly can. The ball bearings don't seem to do anything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep moving forward. I can see that you are all still prisoners to your sense of self-preservation. It's futile, and Wrath is just gonna like walk straight down the hallway towards those double doors.
So Wrath,
I like him more now.
As you get to sort of that first bar there, that's on the thing, that A. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you reach that space, and there's sort of a faint like
Taps begins to play.
Yep.
15.
Alrighty. You step into this. You hear that, and the rest of you see some faint runes illuminate on the side walls on either side of this portion of the chamber where Wrath has just walked, and these two like gouts of fire just like flamethrower from each side. So Wrath, you are going to take 2 points of fire damage.
Maybe I should have gone.
And you sort of like step back slightly singed, and those runes like fade back. Now that you kind of know where they are, you can sort of just faintly see them on the walls. Right.
Does it force me back?
Not necessarily.
Oh, because I'm literally just like walking through like
Okay.
if like terror and
Goodness, Wrath.
damage
He's our
comes
guinea
upon
pig.
him.
He's our guinea pig. Yes.
All right.
Matt,
Well then, in that
Would my
case,
detect magic still be running at this point?
probably.
Okay, would I see these runes see this happening?
Once you as you move in, once you get close enough, you can see them. Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying anything because he's just walking.
Sure.
But it's more curious.
We love you, Wrath.
Wrath, what's gotten into you? What's with all the doom and gloom? You work for Acquisitions Incorporated now.
Well, technically, not yet.
We'll get there.
You're not helping me, Percy. You are not helping me.
As you continue forward, the fire like scorches you, and you just like stump through. You move about 10 feet further, and your foot hits the floor, and you hear like click. And this time, go ahead and make an athletics check for me.
22.
So you.
Oh no, I'm at disadvantage. I have exhaustion.
Oh yes, you do.
15.
15. Okay, so that is enough. So click, and then you feel the floor begin to like swing downward as a pitfall trap opens up. But you just like, hup, leap, and are able to jump clear of the gap, landing on the far side. Are you still just going forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the trap reset? Does the pitfall trap reset, or is it permanently like?
After he clears it, it does not seem to close. The lid remains open, so you can see the outline of that B. And you guys actually hear, as he jumps to the other side, you hear like of like rushing water from below the pit begins to like echo through the chamber. But Wrath, you're just trucking through, yeah? Alrighty.
I'll send back a warning of if you really want to extend your time on this mortal coil, don't step there.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Make a dexterity saving throw now, as you continue to move forward.
1.
Oh.
He leaps over this trap, lands on the floor, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, as he's in the process of being as he's warning you of the pitfall trap, as soon as his foot hits the floor, there is this green cloud shoots up from the ground, and then as it sort of dissipates, you see that Wrath is still standing there, seemingly completely unharmed. He is now head to toe completely green.
Found it.
Life wasn't easy before. It's not going to be any easier now.
It's not easy being green.
It's not easy being green. A famous philosopher, Kermit the Frog, once said that. Okay. You continuing to move forward?
Yep.
You're only about 15 feet from the end of the room at this point. Alrighty. Then make a charisma saving throw.
17.
Nothing happens.
Sorry, 19. Yep.
Oh, 19. Yeah, nothing happens. You reach the door, and you're now on the other side of the room.
I would
Too
like
painful.
to follow through and try to keep in mind where he was stepping
Mhm.
and attempt to avoid where he stepped to trigger those things,
Sure.
if possible.
The pitfall trap is easy because you can see that's open now.
Mhm.
Go ahead and let's call it let's call it an insight check to see how well you do avoiding these various traps.
19.
Okay. So we'll say you are able to avoid the pitfall easily enough, and you sort of skirt around the green thing. The fire one is unavoidable. So go ahead and make a dex save on that one if you're just sort of picking through it.
Wait, it fell.
Well, she's fire genasi. It's
Yeah.
just for you. Come on.
5.
Okay, so you do take 2 points of fire damage.
But you're still resistant to
Well,
that.
if I'm resistant, then
Take 1 point.
Just
1 point.
Mhm.
Okay. I'd like to flip my fire there after and just
Alrighty. The pitfall trap, you just walk around. You do see that it's filling up with water, and there's these luminous green, blue little fish swimming around in it.
Oh.
You sort of hug the wall, and the green poof does not go off. But I do need you to make that charisma saving throw.
10.
10. You guys see as Crisp reaches the other end of the room, just about 10-15 feet from where Wrath is standing at those doors. She just disappears.
Hello?
Do what? Mr. DM?
Yo.
Repeat that?
She
I
Repeat that,
disappears.
please?
Gone.
Well, that's a shame. I really wanted to see what she looked like
We're
when she
done
was
here,
green.
folks.
Well,
I
it's
think,
been fun playing with you, Hannah. We'll see you later. No. I'm gonna DM you where you are. But for your guys' purpose, she just vanishes.
Ooh, ooh.
It's hard to predict when fate will attack.
Wrath, I think you need me to update your calculations. Of who's likely
Yeah,
to
your
survive.
calculations are pointing to you, Wrath. No, it was her, actually.
My calculations were way, way off.
No.
There's more model. You have to adjust as you get more data. But I'm gonna go ahead and just try to do the same and just be like, what I'm gonna try to do, Maz. I want to jump want to jump over the spot that she stepped that disintegrated her.
Okay.
That's what Percy thinks happens. So, just so you know. So I'm gonna do all the same stuff, like try to avoid the steps, and then when I get to where the green part shoots, I'm gonna try to like run through it and leap.
Okay. So you saw her like go around it, and you're just gonna see if you can jump over it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no. So I'm gonna go around the pit, and then I'm gonna try to like because I saw where she was standing, where she poofed, and I tried to.
She went around the green puffy too.
She went around the green puffy too. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump through the green puffy because I don't care if I turn green.
Okay, you jump through the. Yeah, so not we're green to start with, but now like all of your clothes and your bag and all of your stuff is all green now too. As you sort of, even though you kind of jump over, it still goes and dyes you green.
Okay. And I'm trying to clear the charisma spot, basically, like where she disappeared.
Okay, so you go to jump over that. Go ahead and make that charisma save.
Oh no. Okay.
Apparently you didn't make that.
This jump, so I'm in midair when this maybe happens. It's a 17, so.
Nothing happens to you.
Oh, this Tricard is jumping.
Where does he land?
Oh, so we gotta jump.
No, it'll be fine. Just jump.
Oh. Okay.
So there's the two of you, Percy and Wrath, are in front of these doors, right?
Yeah, I think, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We're waiting for Mr. DM to...
Sorry, I'm still trying to send Hannah what she needs to know about where she is.
You're fine.
It's all good.
Yep.
She's in heaven.
There is no heaven.
Oh, you're right. It's actually accurate.
Oh, we're always
Cosmology.
in heaven with cheese.
There's no cheese in that. It's all gone.
Unless
Just
you
making
had
that
another
noise.
cheese shaker that you were hiding.
There's only one
Yeah,
magical
he's got
one.
like a bandolier of cheese shakers.
Yeah.
He's like sweating bullets over one, and
Well,
there's
you don't
7 more.
say.
He's got flavors just for
Different
cheese.
flavors for different circumstances.
Hey kid, wanna buy some cheese?
Right.
Hold
got
up
the
his
hook
sleeve.
No dogs. My cheese does not stink.
Oh. Cheese is always good.
All right, so Hannah, you should have just gotten what is your situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Grum, Gavin, and Parlay left, right?
Gavin?
Grom, didn't you say something about ladies first? Wasn't that like something that you always say?
Oh, you guys are the
Parlay.
worst.
I
And
think
Parlay
you should
just
Parlay. You should show us how it's done.
she's
Please.
she's like, you guys are the worst, and she just heads off. So she'll like sort of run through that first trap. She. So she takes 2 points of fire damage. She's like, "Ow, damn it!" She dodges the other two, and she's gonna jump she's gonna do the same thing. She's gonna try and jump that last stretch, and she leaps and disappears in midair.
Ooh. Maybe it's a
Percy,
female
I
thing.
don't. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with jumping, Percy.
Well, let's find out, Gavin. Go jump.
I'm sorry, what happened?
All right, all right. Percy, it doesn't have anything to do with jumping.
Everybody's putting F in the chat.
Parlay is gone. Okay. Matt, you described. Were we able to see runes light up when this fire shot out from the walls?
Yes.
Gavin is going to go over to one of the spots where the runes were glowing and try to take out one of his daggers and like scrape into the rune or something.
Sure.
To try to like hack it up or
Yeah, make a strength
mess
check.
it up.
So he sets it off.
Oh no, strength check. Really? That's not good for me.
Nice knowing
Oh,
you, Gavin.
that's a 2.
Oh, you sort of scuff it a little bit, but you're not really able to like gouge enough that you think you've like broken the line of the portion of this rune.
Yeah, I think I got it. Good enough. And then I back up to the end of the hallway and get like almost like a 3-point runner's stance. And I'm
Okay.
going to use all the knowledge that I have from my companions going before me, and I'm going to just go for it, avoiding everything that I saw. Yeah, exactly. Doom, 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 doom,
Got my left foot. I still got my left
Like Lucy with the football.
So go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for that first trap. Because you did not disable it.
That's a 10?
I think that is enough. Yes, so you only take 2 points of fire damage as you sort of like tuck and roll to avoid the worst of it.
Cannonballs.
You just go around the pitfall. You go around you sort of hug the wall where you saw some of the others go without getting turned green. And then as you cross that last threshold, go ahead and make that charisma saving throw.
And as he gets to that last threshold, he's like trying to think of the best way to do this because somebody told him to jump and others like made it through with just like charging through. So it's kind of like one of those situations where it's like a half jump, half run through. Like it's very awkward looking.
Okay.
You said charisma save?
Charisma save.
That's a 12.
That's enough. You're okay. Nothing happens.
Well, looking.
Grom, I made it.
Is the door still open behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering if I go back the way I came and hitting the door shut. Just kind of. Well, there's nothing down here to see, folks. I'll do all the checks.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm gonna inside. I'm gonna go under the. Can I go under the rune? You know, like crawl. You know.
Sure. You sort of army crawl. Go ahead and make a dexterity save. Well, with disadvantage, as you have made yourself prone.
You're not fun anymore. Okay. Dexterity at disadvantage. A 7.
You get slightly flambéed. You take one point of fire damage.
Well, at least my cigar's lit again. Yeah. Okay. 1 point of fire damage. Wonderful. Okay. Well, then I'll shimmy around. Well, you gotta. So yeah, there's 2 holes. Yeah. So I'm gonna shimmy along the wall, and then I'll just do a boingo over the D area.
Alrighty. Charisma saving throw.
Okay, I'm high on charisma, but please, dice. 9.
Oh. Grum disappears. All right,
He's gone.
Do the same thing.
I think the secret was confidence.
Pretty sure Chris had enough of that.
I got high charisma. So crappy rolls. Fantasy Grounds is letting me down.
Well,
Nice knowing
you still have that cold on you, Gavin?
Actually, well, I gave it to Wrath, but maybe one of us should take it.
Yeah,
No,
I have no need of this. I'm just gonna hand it to Percy, along with all the other like coins and possessions that I have.
I hate dividing even numbers by 3. It's so awkward. There's money left over, but I started like dividing the 3 little piles.
All right.
Does
So the
Dibbo counts, right? So that's 4. Little mouse is like,
So, Percy, Wrath, and Gavin, you guys are now at the front in front of this door. Grum, Crisp, and Parlay have all vanished.
So, yeah.
Should we turn back?
Well, I mean,
you know, we were.
Well,
go ahead, Percy.
Okay. I was gonna say, that thing disintegrated everyone. I don't think we should go that way. Let's open this door.
Good point. Yes. Gavin will look at the door just to double check, make sure. Is it locked? Can he tell if it's locked or trapped or anything?
It does appear to be locked. But this one, you think probably you could probably pick your way through.
Yeah, I could probably pick this one, guys. So he gets out his thieves' tools and he starts I guess it's more of like a mechanical lock on this one.
Yep.
So he just uses his thieves' tools to try to pick it, and
I'll give you some guidance while you do that.
It's a natural 2027.
Jeez Louise. I
I
don't want to give you guidance, and you've already unlocked it.
The door,
no problem.
the door ceases to exist. The door never existed in the first place. That's how much you unlock it. No, so you do unlock the door, and you are able to push them open. What you see is that chamber beyond. It is sort of a vaguely rectangular shaped chamber. There are a number of these sort of stone slabs lining the room. On top of each of these stone slabs lays a cloth-wrapped humanoid figure. There are 7 in total. And as you guys open the door and look inside, 7 cloth-wrapped torsos sit upright, get up off of these slabs, and raise their arms and begin to march towards you. So I'm gonna need the whole group to go ahead and roll initiative. Unless we want to use your initiative from before.
Hey, well, I think we can reroll.
Oh, you say that. I actually rolled the same initiative as before.
That's fun.
3.
3.
I did not.
That sucks.
Okay, so I have Percy at a 3. What does everybody else got?
Chris, don't forget you have advantage.
I got 15 with advantage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Gavin got a 22 this time.
Ooh.
Initiative rolls would be impacted by exhaustion, yeah?
Does one level give you disadvantage on
Ability check?
initiative?
I thought level 1 of exhaustion is disadvantage on
skill checks.
ability checks, right? Or it's skill checks? Okay.
I think it's skill checks,
I think you're okay for initiative.
Yeah, I think so.
I have an 18 then.
Okay.
Grum's got an 8.
Alrighty, so I have Gavin at 22, Wrath at 18, Crisp at 15, Grom at 8, Percy at 3, right? Good. Okay. Then as these figures begin to approach you guys, I need you to let's label them 1 through 7. So that I can keep track of the situation here. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to track 7 zombies simultaneously. Alrighty. 1 through 7, they're sort of pretty much just bunched up. Go ahead and tell me what you'd like to do, Gavin.
You said there were stone platforms?
Yeah, they're sort of like stone, almost like morgue slabs, essentially, that these things got up off of and now are walking towards you. So they're between you and these slabs.
Okay, I guess Gavin would just like rush up and kind of do like a little tumble like behind kind of one of them to almost like take cover if he can reach one of them and kind
Sure.
of flank from the side. And then he's going to pull out a dagger and just kind of whip a dagger at one of these things.
Okay.
I would say zombie 1.
Zombie 1. Okay.
Yeah. So that's only 11.
Hang on. The dagger goes wide.
Percy, maybe we should have turned around.
I'm already turning.
Wrath, you are up.
We can't turn around. We need to help these poor souls return to the nothingness of the multiverse. And I'm going to step forward and I'm going to try to wrap as many. I've got my breath weapon as an acid breath 30-foot line. So I'm going to try to wrap up as many of them in that as I can.
All right.
And then it's
You
a
can
dexterity saving
probably
throw.
you can probably get most of them. Okay. All right. What is the DC on that?
It would be a 12.
Okay. Alrighty. Go ahead and I mean, pretty much they're pretty bunched up here, just coming off of these slabs. You can pretty much, if you move into the room, sort of around them, you can pretty much hit them all.
Okay, so 8 points is the max, half if they save.
Okay. Alrighty. So, what kind of you're a bronze dragon? So you have acid breath. This line of acid streaks out from your mouth, washing over this group of zombies. Double check. Okay. Alrighty. That brings us to the mummified, wrapped up creatures. They basically close in on you. What's going to happen here? Wrath, you're going to take 2 attacks from these creatures as they kind of round on you. We'll call this Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 attack you. That is only that's an 11 to hit, which does not hit you. And the other one is it's a 15 to hit. So one of them will hit you. So Wrath, you are going to get slammed by one of these zombies.
I have an AC of 18.
Oh, I'm looking at your. I was looking at your health. So you don't get hit by either of them. I was looking at your health, not your AC. All right, yeah. So they both fail to hit you in that case. So they kind of come in, swing at you. Do you have are you carrying a shield or are you?
Yeah, I've got a shield and a warhammer in hand.
Okay. So you like clang one of them off of your shield and just sort of dodge out of the way of the other. Gavin and Percy, you each are going to get attacked by one of these creatures. Gavin, that is a 12, which does miss you. And then Percy, that is a 5, which also misses. So 4 of these wrapped up sort of mummy creatures move in and swat at you guys, while the remaining 3 do move towards you, but just like kind of close the gap in your guys' direction, getting kind of up in your face, but that is all they do.
Kill us, Matt. Come on, do it.
Hannah, go ahead and roll that roll that thing I asked you for.
boy.
23.
Alrighty. I need to send you something else.
Just remember, Dungeon Master, it was you who split the party, not us.
Alrighty, that is some information for you. While we're at it, actually, Grom, same thing.
Yeah, you want me to text it to you? Just tell you the number.
You can just tell me the number.
11.
All right. So I'm going to send you the same thing. Okay. So you guys are next to each other in the initiative. So I will let you both do what you will with the information I've just sent you right now. At this point, go ahead.
Ladies first.
Do I say it or do I?
You can just just describe what you're doing, and I'll give the other players the relevant connecting piece of information.
Am attempting a strength check, and I got an 8. So
Okay. And Grum, what about you?
I'll try my strength. 21.
All right. So what you guys see at this point, these 3 other wrapped up mummies. One of them is going like this, and then stops, and is like. Another one of them, which is a little shorter and stockier, reaches up and rips this wrapping away, and you see Grum's sparkly clean head appears from out of the wrapping of this one of these creatures. And
Grum, how could you?
The final the final one of these creatures that did not attack you continues to just like dopily move in your direction. So for your guys' information, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of these creatures are the ones that are attacking you. 1, 2, and 5 are the ones that didn't. Zombie number 5 was Grom. Zombie number 2 is like doing this currently, and zombie number 1 is going like this. So Grom, you have taken 2 points of acid damage from the breath weapon as you were resistant. I had to roll your. I rolled your guys. No, the 2 is already halved.
I already have. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Crisp, you took 4. You guys, I had to roll your deck saves in secret.
You're fine.
You guys both succeeded. So the zombies took 8. You guys took 4, and Grom, you took 2 because you have that acid resistance. And that brings us down to Percy. It is your turn.
Oh, so Percy's contemplating things, but what he's going to do is hit the zombie that attacked him. So which one is that?
The one that attacked him was 6.
Okay. So I'm gonna two-hand my quarterstaff and just be like, I hope you're not one of my friends or co-workers, potential co-workers, and I'll spap it.
All right, roll the hit.
And that is going to be a 19 plus 5.
Oh yeah, more than enough.
Okay, and then for damage, that will be a D8. So 1 plus 3, so 4 points.
Okay. Alrighty, you hit this wrapped up creature. It sort of like staggers, but it raises its arms.
Looking to see if it's. I'm looking to see if like some of the wrapping comes off, and I see Chris' face beneath it or something.
It does. No, it does not. You don't get the impression that this one is one of your compatriots based on your experimental hammer check. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, I'll push far. I'll push into the room as far as I can go and like get
Okay.
up against all the zombies.
Sure. Alrighty, Gavin, you are up.
All right, now that one is like right on top of him, he's just gonna pull out the short swords and just try to slice this one that tried to beat him down.
All right, that'll be
in
zombie
front of him.
7. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Zombie 7. Okay.
Yes.
So short sword coming his way. Oh man, I'm gonna have to stop rolling with this dice roller. That's a natural 20, 25.
Whoa! All right, yeah.
It either roll is a natural 20 or really low. So
That is, yeah, that is
there's no middle
critical
ground.
hit.
Birthday dice mod. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 10 piercing damage.
Alrighty. 10 points of piercing damage. Alrighty, you
And
stab into the zombie.
with my bonus action, can I use the other hand offhand sword to just make a quick swipe?
Yep.
That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
So that one is just going to do the dice face, which is 3 points of piercing
Alrighty.
damage.
Okay. You stab up into this zombie, and then followed up other sword. You just drag it across sort of like the neck region of the zombie, and you lop its head off, and it just sort of falls like a discarded melon onto the floor. It rolls like behind you, and it rolls into the like the little the room that you guys just came through, and as it rolls into that space, it goes poof, it disappears, and it poof, reappears on one of the stone like slabs in this room where they had climbed up from.
I think Gavin would then realize and look in horror as he sees across the room Grom like coming out of this thing, and it's like and just like freeze for a moment.
Alrighty.
Check the head, Gavin.
Yeah. Reth, you are up. Zombie 7 is no more. So Wrath, you have Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 like trying to beat you up.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a swing at Zombie 3.
Alrighty.
With my Warhammer. Let's see, 14.
Oh yeah.
And that will be not great damage. 4 points.
4 points of damage. Okay. That was Zombie. What'd you say? 3 or 4?
3.
Okay. Alrighty. So a little bit of a thunk into the torso of this zombie, that keeps trying to like wail on you. And it is anything else you want to do?
That's all I got.
Alrighty. So it is their turn. So Zombie 3 and 4 are going to attack Wrath again. That is a 2 clean misses. So they keep kind of trying to like dopily like bap at you, but you're sort of just like holding your shield up and keeping them at bay. So they are quite ineffective. And then Zombie 6 will attack Percy. That is I'm pretty sure going to hit. That's a 20 to hit.
Yes.
So that will that'll get you. You are going to take 3 points of bludgeoning damage from one of these creatures as it smashes into you.
You better not be Crisp. We'll have a word with you.
Okay, that does bring us to Crisp now. Crisp, you can act freely, but you still cannot speak or see, and you still have to successfully make that check.
She didn't make it.
12.
So Zombie 2 continues to like paw at its own like face and head.
I'm not strong. I have a question.
Yeah.
Could I try to burn it off of me?
Ooh, that's actually good. Oh.
That's clever.
Softball to the DM.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to...
Here's what I'm going to have you do. Make a Constitution check.
Okay. Ooh, 21.
Like a Crisp goes Super Saiyan. The zombie just goes and like the bandages wrapping you up, Crisp, just immolate. And you emerge like a phoenix from the wrappings of a zombie, broken out of the chains. That is going to take your action for this turn.
That's totally fine.
But you are free.
Just brush whatever off of me because I feel dirty and gross. Ugh.
Grom, you are free, having successfully freed yourself from the bindings, and you are free to act as you will. You see that there is one. Zombie 1 is still sort of standing kind of next to you. And zombie 3 and 4 are both being like held at bay by Percy's shield. And then zombie 6 is in the process of trying to fight, or other way around. 3 and 4 are held at bay by Wrath's shield, and zombie 6 is attacking Percy.
Well, but there was one beside me too, or is that one that's moved?
There is one directly next to you.
Okay, because I'm trying to see, can I make an insight check to see if I would understand what happened to us, so that I would try to take.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make an insight.
Parlay. 15.
With a 15 insight, knowing that like it seems like you guys got teleported and turned into these creatures when you came in here. As you take quick stock of this, you see that only one of the remaining zombies is not actively like attempting to attack your party members, and that is zombie 1 that is directly next to you. You have a feeling that might be Parlay. Yeah,
I'm gonna try to rip the facial cover off of her and all that.
Alrighty, go make me a strength check.
A strength check, yeah, figures much. Okay. Please. Never mind. I fall down. 5. Yeah.
You sort of trip a little bit over the dressings that are still falling away from you, and you don't manage to free her.
I'll pass my turn.
However, immediately after that, that zombie that you were just about to try and like rip open, does like drop its arms and go like, and then goes like.
Well, if everybody saw what I was trying to do, so that's the other main thing. So
that is all that's going to happen on that turn. So Percy, it is your turn now.
All right. I look at the remaining zombies. There's only 4 left. I'm like, oh, it's like a 75% chance that this is the right thing to do. And so I'm gonna kind of show the zombie and just whack it again with the stick.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
And it's a 20 total.
Oh yeah.
Hit, okay. And then for damage, much better, 8.
Nice.
I'm trying to knock its head off, like a baseball bat.
And you actively do so. You swing your warhammer across, and that head just doesn't come all the way off, but like the neck does pretty much rip clean, except for like one little piece. So the head just goes like. And
living flesh doesn't break that way, so I feel like.
Oh yeah,
probably
it just crumples to the ground, eliminated. So zombie 6 is now down. Alrighty, anything else with your turn, Percy?
How's Gavin looking? Are you okay? Did you get hit?
A little singed, but good. Yeah, I got a little burnt from running across the hallway. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, I'll pass then.
Alrighty, that brings us back to the top of the order with Gavin.
Gavin's gonna pull out his other dagger and try to throw it at one of the zombies that is harassing his very negative friend Wrath right now.
All right, zombie 3 and 4
across the room. All right. So dagger across the room. That's a 15 to hit.
That does hit. You want to hit zombie 3 or zombie 4?
Which one looks healthier to me?
Probably zombie 4. You saw zombie 3 take like a pretty solid like ka-chunk from Wrath. So zombie 4 looks like it's probably in a slightly better shape.
Okay, I'm gonna go for 4, and I'm assuming since it's within 5 feet of my friend, that would get sneak attack.
That does give you sneak attack.
So that is 10 points of piercing damage as the dagger sinks into him.
And the that zombie goes falls
Wow.
down. Alrighty. Anything else?
I think Gavin's pretty good hiding
happy,
behind this
okay.
This little. Yeah, he's pretty happy with where he is.
Alright. So Wrath, one of the two zombies currently trying to claw its way past your shield and eat your face, just goes like, and then falls down to the ground. And you see Gavin on the far side, doing like the follow through of a dagger throw, as it hits the ground. So zombie 3 is still harassing.
Wrath was probably at the point running through this scenario through his head, like, what is the point of putting up this resistance? But then Gavin does that, and suddenly he's like, wow, somebody cares about me. I have a friend.
Hell yeah!
I have something to live for. Suddenly, like, push back, and I'm gonna try to overhand, like, crack this guy in the head.
Take a point of DM's inspiration for the power of friendship.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll spend it right away here
Okay.
on this one. Empower this moment. And there's a crit.
Yeah,
So-
look at that. The tables have turned.
Tables have turned. It is a total of 16 points of damage.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
You Warhammer. You kind of like back him up with the shield, move your shield out of the side, and then just uppercut the zombie, and it literally like lifts into the air, hits the ceiling of this chamber, and then just poof, back down onto the ground, dead and unmoving.
Damn.
So at this point, there is one zombie still standing that is currently in the process of being like,
I'm not very strong, but I would like to try to help unwrap her.
okay. Go ahead and make a strength check. Actually, she's gonna do as well. Try to
12, 13 minus 1.
So you guys see like Crisp kind of moves over there, as well as this last zombie is like sort of pawing at itself. But the two of them are like unsuccessfully unwrapping this last creature. I mean, at this point, we could be out of initiative. If you guys want to just act freely now.
So I tried first. I only got a 12. That was not enough. So I'm gonna try to find the end of a wrapping, because there's gotta be one,
Sure.
so that I can try to pull from there.
Then let's call this an investigation check.
Okay, that's much better. That is 22.
Okay. Yeah, you find
I'm looking for the end that is tucked so I can.
yeah, you find it like the hip. There's like a little knot.
Okay.
So you're able to pretty much like undo that. And as soon as you undo that knot, the like almost like it was like a coiled spring, the entire wrapping just goes like and from the head shaped portion of this zombie, the wrapping like comes away, and Parley's hat goes like out of the wrapping. She's like, oh my god! I thought you guys were gonna kill me.
We got you. Don't worry.
Whew.
Nice help.
Yeah, Gavin's just gonna like nonchalantly go pick the dagger up off the floor that he threw at Zombie 1, which was Parlay, and just put it back in his belt, like kind of like whistling while he does it.
Sure.
Does anyone else think this is a strange warehouse?
Yeah.
No.
It didn't have any like, things in it. Just the hole.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Sit down and rest for a moment.
Sure.
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
I think we need it.
Yeah.
Rest.
Is there while we're doing maybe taking a stop here, is there a way to check out these zombies to tell like how long have they been in this state?
Sure, you can take a look at them.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
did we get
Let's call that a medicine check.
18.
Are we taking a short rest?
Sure. Yeah, if you
That
want to take a
what
short
we're
rest, you
gonna
can.
Okay.
Alrighty. So
did Captain Truff give us a description of the two
yes,
people that were in?
you know that of the 2 guards that you are looking for, Sergeant Tish is a tall, kind of like well-built female human. And you know that Constable Boot is sort of a runty, kind of scrawny human man.
Okay.
And do the zombies fit the description?
Yeah.
In general.
Can I help in a medicine check? I have a pretty high medicine, so I could probably
Sure, go ahead.
Well, it didn't. 13.
Not too difficult. So
And
basically,
I had an 18.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
it
as
gives
you
any
sort of
different
like
information.
go through these things, they are varying degrees of ages. So like the ones that you like broke the heads off of are very, very old. They're like almost skeletal beneath these wrappings. You do see they do seem to be wearing underneath these wrappings like the remnants of like adventurers gear, almost as if like over the years as adventurers have like gotten caught by this thing, this is their fate. When you come to the one that Gavin winged the dagger into the back, you sort of unwrap this creature, and you do find it is a human man wearing a dirty, tattered guard's uniform. You think this might be Constable Boot. However, with that 18 medicine check, you kind of take a look at him. He has been dead for longer than like 2 minutes ago. So you're pretty comfortable that Gavin didn't accidentally kill Constable Boot. You think he was already dead when you got here. It's like a few nerve-wracking minutes of like, oh, but he's been dead for a while. He's started to like get a little grimy in decay.
Rip.
Yeah, rip Constable Boot.
Yeah.
Can we get an F in chat for Constable Boot?
F in chat.
So you guys take your short rest. We're running up against our time limit, so I want to keep you moving. Add your stuff to your hit dice. You're able to gain your stuff back here, and there is a continuation of this hallway that you see leading further in.
Yay.
Like we have a choice, but I'll just push
Wrath, is everything okay now? I mean, Wrath, I mean, you're not gonna do what you did back there again, are you? I mean,
no, I don't know. I got in that pool, and it really clouded my judgment, and I'm sorry if I freaked you out.
I mean, you were really brave.
I thought you made a lot of sense.
I think you should do it again.
I will consult you on any future walks through Gauntlet of Doom.
I think at this point, Gavin would go a little bit ahead and try to investigate, inspect, and specifically look for traps.
Okay.
Use the ball bearings,
lock doors. Yeah. Have my ball bearings ready just in case I need them.
Yeah. Crisp is fixing her hair and just like dusting because like it was so dusty and like gross, and she was wrapped.
Sure.
It probably wasn't clean, and she's just like,
Parlay will prestidigitate. She's like, pew pew pew. She like cleans everybody up. Those of you who got turned green remain green, but you are cleaned as she cleans everybody up.
Okay.
So Gavin,
thank you.
Go ahead and make me an investigation check as you take the lead as you guys move forward into the next area here.
I got a 14 on that.
Okay, so you guys move. You move onward, and we sort of montage this next bit as you move through a series of trails and tunnels. You start finding that the path is not so straightforward. As you proceed, you have to like kind of investigate some side branches in order to make sure that there's nothing down that way or they're clear. But you clear portions of tunnel, portions of this subterranean place, and manage to sort of mark off like what you've checked, what you've cleared behind you. You spend a few hours sort of making your way through this labyrinth, checking up on everything. And the next eventful thing that happens is as you enter into this sort of slightly almost hourglass, like deformed hourglass shaped chamber that I've put up for the audience, and for you guys it looks like this. Gavin, you hear as you enter into this room, like sort of around that central bend there in the chamber, you hear kind of like a scuffling, and you hear like it's very quiet, as if somebody's trying to like hide, but you like hear somebody in this chamber beyond that space.
There's someone hiding ahead. I think I might try to sneak up and take a closer look. Is that okay?
Be careful.
Okay.
Oh.
So I'm gonna guidance. Yes.
Yeah, you've been holding back on those, young lady.
Yes. So I'd like to kind of sneak up and see if I can get eyes on whatever this thing.
Sure. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Or who this is. So stealth. That's a good thing I do have that. Guidance is a D4, I believe.
Yes.
That's going to be a total of 17 on my stealth check.
So you manage to creep up just to the point you see a small diminutive figure kind of hiding behind a rock over here, crouched down. He has like something like wooden clutched in his hand to his chest, and he has a satchel slung over his side. And you can just make out he's sort of like sort of like looking around.
Does he look goblinoid?
He does appear to be a goblin.
I'll sneak back, and there's a goblin hiding with something up ahead.
Okay, well maybe we should try to tell him that we don't mean any harm unless he means us harm.
I have
We
an
shouldn't
idea.
make promises we can't keep.
No, out of the way. I'm gonna push forward. I'm gonna find the goblin. I'm gonna be like, you! And I'm gonna cast heroism on him.
Oh.
So I'm gonna cast heroism on him. So he's now immune to fear.
Interesting.
Wow.
And he gets some temporary hit points.
So you kind of you stomp out, you cast this spell, and immediately he jumps out from like where he's hiding into the center of this, and he points this like gnarled piece of bleached wood at you, and he goes, "Stay back! I am a powerful wizard, and also I know karate. I will annihilate anyone who makes me uptight. Go away! Leave Gorko alone!"
Very impressive, I must say. Are you alone down here?
Who wants to know?
Just a couple of adventurers that are looking to keep this area safe.
You're here to make safe.
Yes, safe.
Oh, thank Goblin Jesus. I thought I was going to die. Gorko got separated from his group. Kerhan and the others went ahead. Giant, what is common word?
Rat?
Poop worm. Attack, separate, and then big rumble. Gorko alone since then. Go Gorko, sorry about claiming to use karate on you. Can Gorko maybe come with you?
Yeah, when was this rumble? Was that maybe 2 days ago?
Yes.
Okay. Are you hungry?
No, Gorko has supplies.
Oh, good. Okay, all right. I mean, I'm okay with him coming with us.
Yeah, Gorko, do you actually know karate? That could help. That could come in handy.
I mean,
Yes, Gorko is karate expert. Make an insight check, please.
I totally believe him. I only got like a 11.
Okay.
I got a 21, but I'm going to choose to not comment on it and just be like, all right.
It's pretty apparent that Gorko does not know karate. It is also pretty apparent that his magic wand is just like a piece of wood that he found. See, you get the impression that Gorko might suck a little bit. But he kind of says, yes, you help keep Gorko safe. Gorko can guide.
Yes.
Think I know where Kerhan and the others went.
That would be fantastic.
Tall, scary lady came past after, but haven't seen her since. She was mean.
Scary
That was the guard. That was the guard. Sounds like.
Oh, for you looking for this friend of yours? Gorko can maybe take you that way.
Yeah. Please.
Gorko.
He goes,
There's cheese in it for you.
Oh, Gorko likes cheese. Oh, okay.
Spray it, blow it on him like fairy dust.
He goes,
Yeah, cheese has been like the clutch motivator.
he goes,
that
is weird. That's a weird greeting, but Gorko's into it. Come on, let's go. He does remove from his pack. He has like kind of a crummy little hand crossbow, and he begins to like creep down the passageway and guide
Give
you
him
guys.
guidance.
Okay.
That's your hand to
Between guidance and the heroism spell, Gorko is like.
And the cheese.
And the cheese.
Don't forget the cheese.
Yeah. Most importantly, the cheese. He leads you through a chamber where you see there's kind of like a bottleneck, and he says, "Careful here. This is where Gorko is separated from Kerhan and the others." And he points to some like stalactites and stalagmites on sort of like the floor and ceiling in this bottleneck, and he says, "Step lightly here. These are loose. They can fall."
Okay. I would like to tiptoe.
Burying it. Oh no, Bob.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean.
What about a mage hand? Why can't I cast mage hand? I just go pounce, hit the floor some. Just kind of.
But then, would it be hard for us to get through once
No,
they fall?
you guys think as long as you're careful, you could navigate this without any issue. Or if you want to like whack all of these things down, you could just pick through afterwards. Up to you.
Don't give the DM extra advice there. Okay.
No, you
don't
have to worry about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna if it's got problems, let's knock them out so they fall down. Then we crawl over it. We're done with
So
it.
you sort of like bang, 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 bang. As you sort of do this, Gorko's like, "Oh, wow, so strong, so cool." You do this. You guys actually hear as you like smash all of these things down from a little further into the cavern. You hear like, and something like skitters away into the distance. And Gorko goes, "Oh, yeah, poop worm. You scare it away. You guys very tough. Gorko like traveling with you."
Cool.
Is he saying poop worm?
Gorko not know a lot of words in common. Kerhan has been teaching him, but
Can you
I
describe
speak
it?
Goblin, so I'm gonna ask him to. Yes, I do.
Sure. When you switch to Goblin, he's like delighted. He's like, "Oh my goodness, you speak Goblin! This is a fantastic turn of events. Gorko can communicate much better with you in this method. Oh, super grateful for this. Okay, so yeah, it's a carrion crawler. There was a huge earthquake The carrion crawler attacked us. I got separated from the rest of the group. They went further in. I'm really worried that they're dead.
Okay. Much better. Tell me that next time. Okay.
It was, all right, well, good. I didn't know you spoke Goblin.
Now you do.
All right.
Well,
So-
relay that to the group. We've got a crawler ahead somewhere. Yeah.
It does.
So
It
be
does sound
careful
like
with
you
that.
guys like scared it off for now, though, with your banging around.
They'll come back.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So he leads you onward through another series of chambers. You pass one. You pass a chamber that is like sort of large and circular, and for some reason is literally littered on the floor with like dozens of severed feet.
Oh,
You sort of spend some time in this chamber. You kind of look around. Gorko's like, no, I've been here before. It's just feet. There's nothing interesting here. And,
Do you know who they are, Gorko?
he says, no, if you stand around long enough, they materialize out of thin air and just sort of fall on the floor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, moving on, I guess.
The feet room proves uneventful. You pass through a room with a large pool of water in it. You kind of skirt around this and move your way. And finally, you come to a chamber, and Gorko, in comment to you guys, he says, this is the room where the rumbling that made the earthquake came from. I think maybe Kerhan and the others went there, but Gorko has been too afraid to check. But now that you're here, we can find out together because you're brave and strong.
You're brave too.
Gorko, you first.
I wink at Percy.
How long has that spell last?
Which
1
one?
minute.
Yeah. He's like,
no.
no, Gorko's cool here. You guys can go first.
No, Gorko, we only have 3 minutes left, so I'm just gonna go in. And so I'll just run in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
You enter into a chamber, and what you see is as follows. The crumbling chamber is dominated by an altar against the far wall, above which hangs some sort of a construct. It is a gearwork mechanism ending in a massive maul. The wall to the left of the altar has fallen into spread rubble across the floor. On the floor near the altar is a golden device resembling an orrery housing. The device is battered and falling apart, revealing exposed gears and spokes, with its exterior pieces and plating scattered across the floor. Splayed across the ground next to the device is the corpse of a dwarf. The southwest corner of the room stands a muscular female human dressed in the livery of the Waterdeep City Watch. Her eyes are closed, and she breathes deeply and steadily as though resting.
Medicine check on her.
Sure.
See if she's
You gonna go up to her?
slowly, cautiously. Oh well, it's 11.
Okay.
Very good.
I wanna...
Let me just check here, because I do think something happens as you guys enter the room. I just gotta...
She entered the room. Hold on. Back up. Back up. Back
We
up.
all entered.
Yes. So as you enter the room, and you go to approach Sergeant Tish there, several things happen. Gorko kind of follows in behind you, and he goes up to the corpse of the dwarf, and he goes, "Oh no, Kerhan!" And he sort of like starts checking to see, checking the dwarf. The dwarf's head is quite smashed. But as you approach, it does appear probably that big maul smashed him. However, as you approach, you go to like check on the sergeant. Her eyes snap open, and she sees you approaching, and she steps in front of the altar and pulls out her sword and stands in a defensive position. With that medicine check, you look at her face, and she has this like glassed over expression on her eyes. You get the sense that she is not not really seeing you, and something about her kind of motions gives you the impression that she is not currently in control of her body. The other thing that happens is with a series of whirs and clicks and churning and grinding, that large maul at the back of the room there goes and starts to move and like wave menacingly about.
I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna get all the way up. Once she draws her sword, I'm just gonna stop walking. Be like, it's cool. We're cool. You look good. Yeah, I thought you were hurt. I was gonna help, but you look like you're having a good day. No need to change that. So, hello.
Walk in there.
And I start slowly backing up to join my
So
group.
you sort of back up. She does not move to pursue you. She just stands in front of this altar, and this maul sort of waves threateningly. As you back up, she does speak, though she doesn't like turn her eyes or her head to follow you. And she says, "This place exists to honor the glory of that which endures. You shall not approach. The device has been misused once. It will not be so again."
Okay.
Could I use my divine sense?
Sure. As you sort of extend your senses, this mechanism attached to the wall and the altar itself, which you now see is like carved with runes, you get a very powerful divine aura coming from these. They are enchanted in some way that seems to be connected to a deific power, presumably that which endures, as the sergeant has just spoken these words to you.
Just have your orders, and then we'll go. That's all we need, right? Just the guard orders.
No, you're
was
supposed
the
to.
thing
You're
like-
supposed to bring her back,
Yeah.
and clear this area.
Well,
of,
if
like,
she's
threats.
alive. Oh no, she didn't make it. There was like something we were supposed to bring for proof, wasn't there?
Well, we also were going to help with the mapping out of the.
Presumably, you've been
cavern.
doing that as you
Yeah.
go.
Right.
That big maul is sort of like waving around ominously, and Parlay kind of looks. She's like, "They also told us we had to like fix any dangerous stuff, and if the engineers that come here later get hurt, we're gonna be in trouble. And I sort of feel like enormous head crushing thing counts as dangerous. So maybe we can break it before we go."
I get
She's
the
a guard. She's
I get
guarding.
the feeling that she's under the influence of something. She doesn't look normal.
You know,
I think we're good.
It might be the same thing that had me before, and that was a really dark place. We need to help her. I don't want her going and living life like that.
Does
Just
she need a
despondent.
Maybe we
Does she look
maybe we just need to
upset?
do something nice.
She looks
Okay.
happy.
Maybe we just knock her out and tie her up.
Well,
That's a good way to show that we're
Hey.
friends.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's hear what Chris has to say. Chris, what's your suggestion? Burn her alive or something?
maybe I was hoping not to resort to that, but if there's something, I mean, what helped you, Wrath? If there's something we can do to try to bring out the real guard, then maybe we'll have a more pleasant experience all around instead of instantly trying to fight.
Nothing else, Wrath.
Well, for me, it was the kindness of Gavin. Gavin showed me that I have friends that I can rely on, and
Right.
you know, maybe she's this way because her friend, her buddy, turned into a zombie.
Yeah. I don't have Druidcraft. I didn't take it. Ugh.
Go get his corpse and bring it over here, and then we can like kind of hold him up and like, hey,
I don't know if that is best. I feel like he probably. I don't know if touching a body and making it like a puppet is the best way to go about this.
It's not
Especially
anything about puppets.
You're
We should say,
overthinking.
just play him.
Overthinking.
However,
Gorko,
the puppet idea, I will say.
Gorko, was she your friend too? Was she in the group that you were in?
He says, no, she's the scary lady that came after. He says,
Oh,
Kerhan, I came with Kerhan. And he points at that smashed orrery housing that's in front of the altar. He said, this is smashed now, but this is what Kerhan brings down here with him. And he sort of like looks at this big maul. He says, maybe he is trying to break it. I don't know why. It is a nice thing, it looks like.
Wait.
Yeah,
He's
I
trying
think
to
Gavin at this point. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I'm just saying he's trying to break it. I'm not.
He says, Kerhan, he points to that smashed orrery where it's like down on the ground, smashed apart near the smasher and near the dead body of Kerhan. And he says, Kerhan, he had this with him when we came down here. He was bringing it. He not tell Gorko why. But it looks like it is broken now. It was not like this when Kerhan brings it down here.
Can I
me
cast
see.
Mage Hand and grab it and bring it?
Yeah.
And then I'll
Percy,
mend
you
it when
fixed the cigar.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it with
Mhm.
Mage Hand and drag it toward
Right.
us so we can see a closer look at what this is.
Sure.
put two and two together. What do you want me to do? No, just kidding. I'll mend it.
Yeah, mend it. Let's figure out what the hell this thing is.
You cast mending on it, and it's sort of like actually as you mage hand it towards yourself, Grum. You actually notice though it is broken, this orrery housing. You actually see signs that it weirdly almost seems to be like repairing itself very slowly. But as mending is cast on it, it sort of speeds up the process, and this thing comes back together. It is battered, presumably by this big slammer. Though it has a six-sided form as you replace it. Some of the plating is actually missing from it and does not appear to be here at all. And as you sort of look at it, it does seem to be, aside from the missing pieces, it is like this pristine golden six-sided device. It has a circular hole in each of the intact faces, and you see that internally there is a setup of gears and attachments within the casing that it clearly is where like a round component would be like inserted and locked into place inside this device, but you don't see any of those pieces present either.
Do I see, if I'm looking at the mall, does it look like something has been inserted into that?
No. It basically, looking at the mall, what you see is you see like an indentation in front of this altar, sort of near where you picked up the orrery and where Kerhan was smashed up. The impression that you get as you kind of look at this chamber, based on what Gorko has told you, based on what you're seeing here, it looks like Kerhan came in here and did something that then caused this big maul to come down and wham, smash this device, though it somehow seems to have also killed him in the process.
Okay.
Sergeant Tish, you're not sure how she fits into this, as you do know that she came here after.
Yeah.
And has now gotten herself mind controlled somehow.
How to go about this? Could I make an Arcana check to see if there is something else in the room that could be sourcing it? Does that make sense?
You probably don't even need to make the check. Really, the only things in this room are that altar with the runes on it, and that big gear housing with the maul on top of it at the back wall that Sergeant Tish is currently standing in front of.
I
Can
have
we
a
get the
feeling
dwarf's body?
are are part of this.
I heard, can we
Maybe-
get the dwarf body, which you absolutely can try and approach him if you want. He's sort of he's labeled the B there is like where the orrery was that you mage handed. Kirhan's body is sort of near that, slightly closer to you than where Tish is standing, which is that altar at the back of the room.
So the sergeant is standing in front of the altar, not
Yep.
the mall. Okay.
So so basically, if you imagine like if she's standing here. The table of the altar is behind her, and then the maul and the mechanism that attaches to it is like coming out of the wall behind the altar.
Mhm.
Okay.
I want the dwarf body. I want us to take a look at it, see what's in it. Maybe he had some other pieces or something else.
Okay. Yeah. So you're approaching to go try and get the body?
Might as well.
Alrighty. You step forward over to Kirhan's corpse, and as you sort of go to gather, Tish takes like 2 steps forward, and brings her sword up, and in that same sort of vaguely distant voice, she says, "The power of that which endures protects this place. The device has been misused. It will not be so again."
Good to know.
How
Thanks
has
for
it
letting me know,
been misused, friend?
She does not seem to like recognize you guys trying to speak to her. She just seems to be purely acting on like anybody that gets close to her or like the
She's on
altar.
repeat.
Yeah.
She's on repeat mode. So pull the dwarf back to settle her down.
Right, so you sort of do that, and she kind of stops.
Yeah. What's on him? What's in him? What's he got?
So you go through his sort of pockets and bags, with the sort of the help of Gorko, and you find a couple of things. He is carrying. There are 3 potions of healing in his pouch. There is also a small notebook that you kind of like flip through, and you see sort of the last relevant entry that you come across seems to be written in Kirhan's hand, and it describes that he's coming down here. He just refers to it as a piece of the orrery. Is how he refers to what you assume to be this device. He says really the only specific details he gives is basically says that it is in its complete form it is too powerful to be trusted, and that he knows of a long forgotten place beneath the streets of Waterdeep, where the disciples of that which endures long ago built a device that he believes capable of hopefully destroying the piece that he's laid his hands on.
Are we wanting to destroy the orrery? You get the maul to...
You can I mean you can see that he came down here and he used this, like, he's apparently activated this maul thing on the orrery, and apparently it did not work, and now he's dead.
Maybe if we used Mage Hand to hold it?
Make an insight check, actually, everybody, as you've been in here for a while, you're starting to uncover this.
10. Just straight 10.
10? Okay.
14.
Gavin got a 19.
Okay.
Also
16.
19.
So, Percy, Wrath, and Gavin, it sort of occurs to you guys as you're sort of discussing and debating all this, as you sort of look around this chamber. You see the like cracked and slightly damaged walls. You see the like crater that this thing has made in the floor where it hit the orrery. It occurs to you that maybe that is what triggered the earthquake, when Karahan came down here and tried to use this thing to smash the orrery. Maybe that's what set off the earthquake that started this whole thing.
So do you think we just got to disable the thing?
Mm-hmm. I think
Is it like is it like attached by like anything on the wall or ceiling? Like is it
basically
attached
sort of
like ropes or?
It's sort of built into the wall. So there's like a housing for it built into the wall, and then like a jointed, articulated arm with this big slamming maul on the end of it kind of comes out of the wall.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you this, Matt, and you can tell me if I can do it or not. But
sure.
Gavin is curious. If he steps into range to throw a dagger at this mechanism that's holding the maul, like, is there like a weak point that he can see where he could basically detach the maul from its point and have it swing down and maybe bump the guard on the head and knock her out without killing her?
You can certainly attempt that. You think maybe if you were to get a really clean hit at like right at the joint, like the articulating joints of this arm, maybe you'd get a lucky shot and you could like break a piece of it and it would come down.
Do you tell us you do that, Gavin?
Gavin's pulling out a dagger and he's like, I got an idea.
Guidance.
Yeah, guidance.
Yeah, well,
it doesn't work in attack rolls.
So I'm gonna back it up with magic missiles because magic missiles auto hit.
Ooh,
and
yes.
Just pop that.
Sure. You know what? Parlay will do that too. She's like, oh, cool, good idea. I can do that. So she'll help you. So just so I understand, where is everybody standing as this takes place?
I would
under the mall.
For Parlay's part, she's in this hallway. She's like, yeah, I'll do it from here. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
For Gavin to feel comfortable, it would need to be 20 feet away.
Could Crisp hypothetically cast create bonfire on the dagger before he throws it, so it's a flaming dagger and does extra fire damage?
I like it.
Anything's possible.
Sure, why not?
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything?
Probably it would be create.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm only first level, so 3 magic missiles, baby.
Alrighty.
All of a sudden, the dagger ignites, and Gavin's like,
It's okay. It's just me.
You did it before you threw it. That's right. Good job. Good job.
Alrighty, Gavin.
Guard.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do it.
What do you got there, Percy?
I was gonna say, if the guard makes an aggressive attack towards us, I'm gonna use the command spell.
Okay. All right. So Gavin, go ahead and make an attack roll. The magic missiles just go off. Don't worry about damage for those magic missiles, and Gavin, don't worry about the damage for the spell. I just want to know what your to hit is.
The to hit is a 17.
Okay.
Yes. That's pretty good.
So Gavin, you step forward. Parlay and Grum kind of like flank behind you on either side as you guys are sort of in the doorway of this space. You pull back the dagger as Crisp goes like, and the dagger goes poof into this flame. So you quickly are like, ah! You throw it right behind this whirling fireball dagger. 6 magic missiles, 3 from Grum, 3 from Parlay, streak across the room. The exact second that you guys make this aggressive move, Tish brings her sword up and sprints across the room in your guys' direction. So Percy, your command spell will go off.
So wisdom saving throw for 13.
Right? Yell out to.
What is your command to her?
Shield.
Retreat.
Shield.
Okay. So Percy, you yell retreat. In method of command toward Sergeant Tishir. She seems unaffected as she continues to rush at you. Parlay goes, yeah, good idea, and she just backs up. So all of these spells hit the orrery, not the orrery, the maul mechanism at the same time. The dagger, superheated by this fireball, like wedges in between two of the joints. The magic missiles like pepper into it, some of them like hitting the dagger, forcing it further into this joint, some of them just sort of slamming in. You hear the metal like ping ping cracking, and there is a deep sort of like rumble, and you see this maul begins to shake and rumble. What are you guys doing in this moment here as Tish is running at you, sword drawn, and this large maul is shaking and rumbling?
Is she far? How far away is she from the rest of the party? Like,
This is not a huge space, so like if you guys are in this like doorway here, kind of clumped up, she's probably like at this point she's probably like 10 feet from the entrance to this room, in front of you guys.
No, that would just.
He's
Could I
about to
move
hit us.
somewhere to do Thunder Wave and not hurt and not get my fellow party members in it?
Yeah, if you step out like into the
Mhm.
like into
It
the
emanates
ho-
out
like
from
into
you,
the
yeah.
room,
Okay.
and then like angle yourself this way, it'll just like fire into Tish but not into your party.
That's what I'm
Yep.
gonna do, and she has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty. That's a 5.
Ah. Okay. Nice. That is, I can math, 15 damage.
Okay.
Thunder.
And she gets pushed back 10 feet.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let me just check
And
her stats real quick.
that is. How long of a rest did we take? Like, I didn't get back any spell slots, right?
Not unless you
Short
retrieve
rest.
them on a short rest.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So that's my last
Okay.
non-cantrip.
Same.
So I'm really glad that she failed that save.
She did. It was how much? 15?
Yes.
Okay, so Tish basically comes charging at you, sword up. You step out in front of the rest of the party, and you just throw out your hands, and then thunder wave ejects out from you in this sort of like conical shape. Basically just slams into Tish as she comes running at you, and she just immediately, like, the sword flies out of her hand, and her body just like ragdolls through the air and skids, comes to a stop on the ground, back away from you, and she does not get back up. And a moment later, there's a wrenching like, and the maul comes crashing into the altar below, and the altar cracks in half. As it does, I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
18 for Grum.
Okay.
That is exactly
That's a
10.
10. Okay.
2.
Okay.
big
Natural
4. Big 4.
Big 4.
13
Alrighty.
here.
Alrighty. I gotta roll for parlay. Okay. Parlay gets a 12. Alrighty. So anybody who rolled below a 15, you guys take 5 points of psychic damage.
That's not
Oh.
fair.
Those
I
of
don't
you
have a
who
brain. Yeah,
those of
I'm
you who
good.
succeeded take take half. You will only take 2
Two.
points. As when this altar splits, there is just like a wave of energy comes out from it, like splashes against the like walls of this room, and almost like radiates, having nowhere else to go but like out the only exit here towards you. It just funnels past you all. But a moment later, things settle. A little bit of kind of dust settles on the ground as this psychic wave like disturbed the air, and everything goes quiet and still.
Can I do a medicine check on the sergeant? Did I kill her?
You can certainly go ahead and do a medicine check on the sergeant.
Oh god. Okay, 14.
You kind of place your hand to her. You check for a pulse. She does appear to be dead.
Oh, Darn.
That is very heavy weighing on me, and I just kind of am like kneeling by her because I did not intend to do that. I was just trying to protect everyone else, and it's the first person I've ever like killed single-handedly. So I'm like,
Crisp, you're hard to do
Blame
what
it
you
on
do.
Parlay.
What did you say, Grum?
Yeah,
What was
it's
that?
Parley's fault, actually. Go ahead.
Oh, I said we'll blame it on Parlay. We'll blame it on Parlay.
You guys,
She's like, no, we won't. But also, Blood Pact, we don't tell anybody what happened here. She was like that when we found her.
True. Yeah, that's good. I'm good with that.
And she's like, Gorko, are you cool? And he's like, Gorko's cool! Gorko's cool! Nobody needs to explode Gorko! Your secret safe!
and as Gorko's saying that, Gavin walks up to him. Oh, I apologize, and I grab Dibble off of Gorko's shoulder, who's been like munching on all the cheese that's been in his hair for the past minute. And put it back on my shoulder.
Alrighty, well, unfortunately, you are not able to save either of the lost guards, but you have successfully cleared this area out. You have disabled this strange slamming device with this altar to that which endures that has been uncovered down here, and you guys also find yourselves in possession of this strange piece of something that Kerhan's journal referred to as the Orrery of the Wanderer. You are able to return to the surface without incident. You hand off your signed paperwork to the guards up there. And when you return to Acquisitions Incorporated to report your success, you meet again with Omen Dran. He says to you, as you return, he says, I've been told about the misunderstanding regarding your identities. Can't say much for your relative inexperience and lack of skill, but it looks as though you've got enough moxie to cover for that, and a willingness to do what it takes to get ahead. Those are traits we hold in high regard here at Acquisitions Incorporated. Omen pulls a map from a satchel and places it on the conference room's oak table. You know the town of Phandalin? Just off the Tribor Trail? A few months back, we awarded a group a franchise there. We received word that they were taking control of some ruined estate for their headquarters. Everything seemed to be going well. Except they missed this month's franchise payment, and their secretarian is not answering any calls. He snaps his fingers, and a paper, a pen, and ink pot leap from his satchel. He scribbles out a quick note. And he says, this note gives you the right to travel to Phandalin and investigate the franchise there on my behalf. If you find that franchise in poor standing or otherwise in distress, I want a full report. Depending on how badly the last group botched things, I might look to you to take over. Failed franchise makes the whole company look bad. I'm sure you understand. He then levels a hard stare at you, and he says, I want you to appreciate what an incredible opportunity this is for you. You're skipping countless steps in the normal franchise process. No internships, no tests. This is unheard of, but I believe in you. Welcome to Acquisitions Incorporated.
You bet.
And that's the end of the session.
We're in. Awesome.
Hey, you're in. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for playing with me.
Yay.
Writes a letter to her mom telling her she got the job and that she needs a shaker of the finest cheese from the kitchen.
Yeah, you can buy a lot of Munster with your cut of 500 gold.
I need a couple pounds of the cheese. I will grate it slowly. There's a process. Has to be carefully done.
Yes, the finest cheese from the
All
kitchen.
in the wrist, folks.
Alrighty. Well, hey,
Wasn't applying to be an
congratulations.
accountant. Congrats.
So actually, fun fact.
I'm running.
For this book as we wrap up here. As I said, I highly recommend this book. I did have to cut about 50% of the material in that first chapter out for us to get through it in this amount of time. So if you are interested in this, if you thought this looks like fun, there is There is much more to this that you have not seen. It is definitely worth the playthrough. It's funny that you mentioned you want to be a secretary or a bookkeeper. So about half of this book is a 5-chapter levels 1 through 5 adventure guide. That's the second half of the book. The first half of the book is essentially a complete rule set for creating your own Acquisitions Incorporated campaign, complete with rules for building and maintaining a franchise, which comes specifically with a series of Acquisitions Incorporated specific, essentially like franchise job titles. Franchise job titles such as the cartographer, the decisionist, the documancer, documancer, the horde person, the loremonger, the obviator, the occultant, occultant for those fans of accounting, the secretarian, and a couple of others. Also, all of these, all of which come with special skill proficiencies, special unique tool proficiencies that you get that come with these. Highly recommend this book. It is a lot of fun. If you're interested in it, you can pick it up wherever you buy your game stuff. Probably at Cardboard Castle Games. Haha! Look at that tie-in, which means it is time to give away some stuff.
Gotta give away our stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Make sure if you haven't typed in birthday in the chat, make sure you do in the next 10 seconds. Because we'll be giving away this Pokemon Trainers box.
Oh crap! I never showed you
cards.
guys. Dang it! Here's Gorko.
Oh, you got Gorko.
Oh,
That's
Nice.
Gorko. There's Gorko.
He looks like he knows karate.
Alrighty, so get that.
Right, yeah.
Get that.
We're gonna
Gorko
go ahead
is best boy.
And I just want to say, before I do the drawing, I want to thank everybody who has given to Extra Life during this stream. We are only $100 away from our goal that we
Whoa!
set.
Holy moly!
So there was I think close to $500 worth of donations during this stream. So
That's
thank
incredible.
you all who
Wow.
have given.
Yes, thank you everybody.
Do
it.
And
Do-
I'm
hey,
gonna go ahead
let's-
and draw.
Wait, you draw. Let's get that
What's
last $100. Somebody donate. Let's get that last $100. Do it for Gorko. Do it for Gorko. Gorko is best boy.
apparently Gorko's coming over to the rejects. I'm being asked to bring Gorko to Waterdeep.
Yeah,
You
and
can
in
bring-
chat, in chat, Gorko is going to
Gorko
be
and Drew
and
will make an awesome pair.
so here we go. I'm going to do the drawing in 3, 2, 1. King Bashman.
He always wins stuff.
You always
Hey, all right.
King Bashman,
my God.
congratulations.
King
Congrats. We are going to make sure you go ahead and send your contact information to us. You can either whisper it here to the channel, or you can send it to proficiencybonus@gmail.com, and I will mail all this wonderful stuff out to you ASAP. Congrats.
All right. Well, hey, congrats to that. Thank everybody who has joined us today watching. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys, my players, did too, and I especially hope that you, our audience joining us at home, had a lot of fun as well. I have thrown those Twitch channel links up there again. Please be sure to go check out Praetor's Rejects. Be sure to check out 20 Sides to Every Story. Be sure to check out Schooner or Later. They all stream a bunch of D&D content. I am sure we will have you guys back on our channel sometime to play games, and who knows, maybe some proficiency bonus people might be popping up in some of those games from time to time.
I think I need to subject y'all to an Aliens game. I think y'all haven't quite had that yet. I think so.
That would be fun. I'm down.
I think we can make it happen.
Alrighty. Well, thank you guys for joining me today. And
Thank you for running once again,
Blast.
Matt.
oh, of course,
Thank
I
you.
had.
Thank
I had
you
a
for all the
blast.
hard work.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Matt.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty. Anything else we need to cover before we go? I don't think so, right?
I think that's it.
Continue on with the celebrations.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we've got more streams coming up. There's about 30 minutes. We're gonna have another show is gonna launch up, so don't go anywhere and continue to enjoy the birthday celebration stuff. And we will catch you next time. And I'm gonna remember to do it this time. If you ever find yourself in a case of mistaken identity with an opportunity to earn employment for a lucrative, if a little diabolical corporate franchise of adventurers, don't forget to add your proficiency bonus. Catch you guys next time. See you later. Bye.
Bye,
Thanks,
everybody.
folks.
Thank
Take
you.
care. It was enjoyed. Enjoyed it a lot.